Good evening. I call to order the Lake Havasu City Council regular meeting on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021 at 6 p.m. We'll now have an invocation from Stephanie Luaris from the Community Presbyterian Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by the River Riders MC Paul Blazer.
Before we start our invocation, let's just have a moment of silence for the passing of Suzanne Waldron, who was someone who came to these meetings and provided the invocation a number of times. And let's pray together. Lord, we come together this evening as a community. And I ask that you continue to be with us as we come through a season of celebration, celebrating a milestone in our community. And as we come into this holiday season, that we can continue to be united, that we celebrate brotherhood and sisterhood and the community that we've built in this great region, that we can find commonality together, that both elected leaders and those that have stepped into leadership and said, I am here, can come together to bring this great city into the future. That we can see what is best for all. That we can put aside our differences and come together on common ground. We thank you for our elected officials, for our leadership, for our military, for our first responders. And we ask safety and blessings for this holiday season and beyond. We pray all these things in your holy and almighty name this evening. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And Mr. Blazer, welcome. If you'd like to share a little bit about your club and organization.
Yes, I would. I appreciate it. Oh, good evening, Mayor Sheehy, council members, and city staff. My name is Paul Blazer. I am the president of the River Riders Motorcycle Club. The River Riders Motorcycle Club was established here in Lake Havasu City in 1976, some 45 years ago, by like-minded individuals who enjoyed riding and to share in the brotherhood of events together and having fun times and creating memories on the road. Our club has a long history of putting on events that help to benefit local charities and individuals in need. One of our more well-known events that's coming up is our annual toy run. This being the 38th year of us putting it on, drawing hundreds of participants from near and far. This year's event will take place on Sunday, December 5th, with the event encompassing a ride from Pirates Den in Parker to the final destination on McCulloch Boulevard's Main Street. We will have live music, a beer garden, food, 50-50 drawings, and more. Participants bring a toy or two to be collected at the conclusion of the ride. And we work with the Havasu Community Health Foundation Food Bank to distribute the toys to local families in need, making sure that no child goes without a toy at Christmas here in Lake Havasu. Additionally, we are proud to partner with the city at the annual community dinner, supplying lots of toys for the children to receive when seeing Santa. Gives our members great pride and warms our hearts to be able to give back to the community that we are a part of and have been so long established in. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to open tonight's meeting and look forward to seeing you and the whole community come see our beautiful motorcycles on December 5th on Main Street. Everyone in the whole community is welcome to come and donate, help out, bring a toy, and we hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, if you'd please call the roll.
Councilmembers Nancy Campbell.
Here.
Jim Dolan.
Here.
David Lane.
Here.
Michelle Lynn.
Here.
Cameron Moses.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jenny Koch.
Here.
Mayor Cal Sheehy.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is item 5, the call to the public. This is where citizens have the opportunity to address the city council on any matter within the jurisdiction of Lake Havasu City. You do not need to sign up, but we did have several that did, so we'll go in that order first, and then we'll open up to other citizens that wish to address the council. Your comments are limited to 3 minutes. There is a light indicator box next to Ms. Williams. Green means you have the 3 minutes, yellow means 1 minute is remaining, and red means that the 3 minutes is up. So we'll go ahead and get started. Again, in the order that they were received, Stephen Tuminello. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Stephen Tuminello, and I'm a resident of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. I represent the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association as well. Sheriff David Hathaway, who's the sheriff down in Santa Cruz County on the border, revealed in a recent interview that Governor Doug Ducey signed an executive order on October 8th that is anti-liberty and anti-privacy. So I'd like to play this 2-minute interview for you right now.
There's a state of emergency in Arizona that was declared for monetary purposes, and one of the strings attached is that everybody's information must be shared with the CDC and HHS. And it's right there on the governor's website, his latest executive order, a thing called the Enhanced Surveillance Advisory. He did his COVID state of emergency last March under the Trump administration. He's continued it all the way to the present day. So why did he do that? Well, it's very simple. It's money. In order to get that CARES Act money, the American Rescue Plan money, all this COVID-related money, he had to have a parallel emergency declaration that matched the federal emergency declaration. The strings attached on this are very simple. He has to share all the vaccine information, individualized data, with no ability to opt out for anybody who gets the shot in Arizona. The following information must be shared every 24 hours. The individual's name, date of birth, gender, race/ethnicity, residential address, phone number, and vaccine priority group. B, the vaccine product information, lot number, and expiration date. C, the route of administration and administration site on the patient's body. D, the month, day, and year of each immunization. Ducey is clever enough to put in here that you can't opt out, requiring that all of this be shared every 24 hours with CDC and HHS. What I'm reading right here, you can see there's the, I just read that highlighted part. There's the governor's signature. There's his seal. This is his latest executive order saying that you cannot opt out of that. Now, that is the string attached to the federal money that goes along with his emergency declaration. Christians talk about taking the mark of the beast, and some people say, oh, no, you're wacko. How would they ever do that? How would they ever get everybody's information? You know how it says in the Bible, you won't be able to buy, sell, trade, unless you take the mark of the beast. With this talk of going to a digital currency, how would they be able to track everybody's social credit or what you've done if you've done what the government has told you to do? Here's a Republican governor, a hypocrite, requiring that every 24 hours, all this personally identifiable information with no ability to opt out be shared with CDC. And there's a state of emergency in Arizona that was declared for monetary purposes, and one of the strings attached is that everybody's information must be shared with the CDC and HHS. And it's right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Jones. Good evening. Welcome.
My name is Sarah Jones. With that being said, what Steve just read off, so March 13th, 2020, President Trump, his proclamation of the state of emergency was the same day as Ducey's, where he declared the state of emergency. March 18th, proclamation of local emergency, Cal Sheehy. That was just 5 days later that you put that in. March 23rd, Lake Havasu, guess what? It's not a secret. It was in the newspaper that you were on the task force. So was the Chamber of Commerce, fire, police, and other people. March 25th, that was when we finally first had our first case here in Havasu. So our first case happened days later, but all of the proclamation and all of the COVID task force people was already well established. So there's strings attached is the point to all of the money that we are receiving. Okay, so we're on to what is going on. It's too late for everybody who has received that money. We're on to this. Our group we are putting people on the city council to replace the mayor, the vice mayor, anybody else who has had their hand in any of this. We're not going to take this. You are not listening to we the people. You guys have got your hand in the deep state and the gig is up. We're not taking it. We're done. Every one of you. I want to thank Nancy Campbell. She does listen to us. She tries. I would ask for you to step it up. Whenever Nancy Campbell, thank you. You're doing good. Jess Knudsen. Jess Knudsen, may I have your attention? Yeah, I'm hearing that anything that wants to be put on the docket or anything like that goes through you. I advise that you listen to the city. You guys are paid for by our tax money. This is not your show. You're done. We're taking our city back. Every one of you, you're on notice.
Thank you. We do need to conduct tonight's business, so please, let's have decorum. Next, we'll start with Karen Vanderjack.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome.
My name is Karen Vanderjack, and I'm back again. I told you I'd tell you another historical story. So I have another story to tell you this time. And this is a story about Davy Crockett. Now, you probably know him from the Alamo, but I don't know if you all knew that he was also a congressman. And he started his service in 1827. And when he was in Congress, it was pretty early for as far as our country, right? And there was a fire in Georgetown nearby. And Congress got together and said, you know what? We need to put together $20,000 and help Georgetown. So he went home to go get more votes because he thought, I'm going to run again. And he's walking down the road and he sees a farmer. And this farmer's like way off and he waves at him and farmer doesn't wave back. So he just goes across the field and he says, maybe you didn't see me. And he goes, you don't have to tell me who you are and I'm not voting for you again. And he goes, can you tell me why? And he says, well, I study the Constitution as I study the Bible. And you're not following it. You used money, our money, to do a charitable thing. That's not what the Constitution is about. The Constitution says that any money that we put in is for transportation, defense, physical resources, commerce, and international affairs. You're using our money incorrectly. Well, he got the message. He told them that, he says, I will never... He says, I didn't have sense enough to be guided by the Constitution. I thought I had studied it fully. If I had taken the view you had, I would have put my head in fire before I would have given that vote. So he went on back to Congress. And a little while later, a woman comes in and she's a widow, a very high-ranking officer, and she's so pitiful. And they're saying, you know what? We need to give this woman some money. And they're talking back and forth and they're debating. And J.D. Crockett gets up and he goes, you know what? I'm the poorest man here, but I'm willing to give 1 week of my own pay. And I'm sure every one of these guys would also give 1 week of their pay. Well, guess how many stepped up and gave 1 week of their pay? 0. None. So today, 3/4 of our payments have nothing to do with appropriations as directed by the Constitution. How does that fare with our city government? And are we gladly receiving grants that are not based on the purposes of the federal government was intended? Our city and our county is guilty of frivolously using transfer payments, they're called transfer payments, in the form of grants for such worthless things as the COVID task force, for example. Money intended and given for our taxpayers to be used for payments should be in line with the Constitution. Perfect.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Lerner. David Lerner is the next speaker. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. My name is David Lerner. I'm a resident of Lake Havasu, and I'm also a member of the Constitutional Sheriffs and Police Officers Association. And I have another quote from Davy Crockett. We have the right as individuals to give away as much of our own money as we please in charity. But as a servant to the people, we have no right to appropriate a dollar of public money. Okay. I have a couple questions that if you guys could write these down, and I want to get my speech in, and you can give me, I'm going to ask for some dates, okay? And you guys should be able to Google it or whatever you do on your computer and give me these dates if you would, please. First question, when did the City Council first know about the water issue in Lake Havasu? What date? That you had to redo all the water holding tanks and liners? What date did you first know you needed to do that?
During call to the public, we can't have a two-way conversation, but we'll listen intently, so you can continue on with your comments.
Okay. And two, what is PED? Can you answer me what PED is, what it stands for? Public educate, public.
Again, we can't have a two-way conversation. It's the Partnership for Economic Development, but you can reach out to me afterwards or tomorrow, and we can have a discussion if you like.
Did any of the voters in Lake Havasu or any of the residents of Lake Havasu vote to spend $500,000 a year on PED? Anybody? Does anybody even know? How much money from the CARES Act did the city of Lake Havasu receive? And where'd that money go? Where did that money go? Did it go to the water issue? And the money that's at the county right now, is that going to go to the water issue we have here in Lake Havasu? What is Community Comrades? Can you answer that question for me? Or is that going to be a later date? What is the Community Comrades? Creative Comrades, excuse me. What is the Creative Comrades?
Again, we can't have a two-way conversation, Mr.
No,
Lerner,
that's fine.
but yeah.
Just write them down.
Okay, just write them down. I'd appreciate it if you could give it to me after the meeting, or perhaps I'll come by tomorrow and I'll pick up all the information. Also,
Thank you. The next speaker is Dominic Lopez. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, Mr. Sheehy. Hello, everyone. My name is Dominic Lopez. I appreciate having this chance to speak to you all today. I've lived in different parts of Arizona, but I have spent my upper youth here in Lake Havasu. During that time, I've experienced many great things here that I do not exist within any other city in this state. The patriotism and unity of this city is unmatched. Years 2020 through 2021 have been hard for this country, but the way the city handled this timeline made it much more bearable for us in comparison to other cities, both in and out of state. It appeared that Lake Havasu avoided many of these mistakes and consequences that other cities had endured from terrible politics and policies inflicted on them by the leaders up until just recently. Now, local businesses such as the hospital have now made vaccinations mandatory. As of November 15th, over 700 staffers face a vaccine deadline at the hospital. I was recently at an event where employees protested outside of the hospital as the deadline looms. It's terrifying to think that 700 people who occupy a life-saving position in the only local hospital could be fired for making a personal health choice. What will the city do if this occurs? What impact will it have on our residents and families? Do the city officials have enough power and influence to recruit and replace 700 medical positions in the time where hospitals from all around the country are also experiencing staff shortages? People don't come here just for a vacation. A lot of people have started coming here to feel safe and avoid tyranny and oppression, which have sadly started to show present in parts of this country. In some of these cities and states, it is so bad that it appears those places are locked in terminal decline, never to recover or be the same as they once were. My fear is this: if we start the trend toward bad policies and decisions, what will stop us from becoming like them? In California, vaccine mandates have been strictly implemented statewide, both in business and in school. Kids K through 12 cannot go to school unless they're vaccinated. Workers cannot go out in public unless they're vaccinated. Not surprisingly, a mass exodus has occurred in this state. Many of them have come here to reside for those reasons. People from those cities and states stay here because of our morals, values, and ethics. If those things erode, will this place still be desirable? Our city is not untouchable. If bad policies ensue, people will start to leave. People will start to leave. The word will get out. A city like this cannot survive strictly on vacationers. I respectfully ask the leaders of this great city to continue to make decisions and lead our local institutions in the way that model us in favor of something that people would still choose to desire and even come to live. That concludes my speech. Thank you for your guys' time.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. The next speaker is Greg Bedford. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm up front. I'm going to ask for a couple of extra minutes here. My wife and I are going to be moving here soon, and this will be my probably my last opportunity to address this council as a citizen. So I'd ask for that in advance. In any case, I'm here to address two issues, decisions that were made by the council recently. One was a water rate issue. The other one was the recent rescission of the local emergency proclamation by the mayor. And I'll relate those two to the condition of humanity and where we are right now and why our freedoms are being destroyed right in front of our eyes. I assert that the first two things that have been destroyed as a result of the attacks on the war on our freedoms here have been truth and morality. I talked to the city council at the very beginning about your inability to discern the truth from a lie. I used Anthony Fauci as an example. I said he was a serial liar then. And I think history will probably prove that he was probably one of the most prolific serial killers in the history of humanity as well. Yes. When it's all said and done. But in any case, it began with the COVID lie, and people accepted the lie, the big lie. And as a result of that, and as a result of the money that went with it, you made decisions. You declared a local emergency proclamation that for conditions that weren't present at the time you did it, so that was a lie. Then you dressed up that proclamation to make it look legal with the assistance of counsel, I'm sure, to give it the legal appearance of the authority to do what you did, and that was shut down businesses. It's absolutely belligerent. Most people turn and run away from it, especially the lies they tell to themselves. So, you know, when we talk about the truth here, that was one of the first things that was destroyed. And you lied, and not only that, then you went and you committed a crime by sending officers to my gym to shut it down under the color of authority. So you committed crimes as well. You had no moral authority to do what you did. There is no man on this earth or woman, king, queen, prince, president, or anybody else that has the authority to claim property rights over any of us as humans or over any of your businesses and decide who gets to stay open and who doesn't. Nobody has that moral authority to do that. Nobody. You did that though. My request is that in moving forward, will you grant me the additional time, please?
If you could start to wrap up your comments.
I will.
Please.
Thank you. The most recent issue with the water sewer rate problem was that, and same thing with the COVID, rescinding that. You took your flag and you marched halfway up the hill and you planted it. There's still more work to do. You've kicked this can down the road. The COVID one was 20 months before you rescinded that local emergency proclamation. Well, it's an election, we're coming up on an election year here. And people are going to remember those people that stood by and embraced the truth, and those people that prefer to embrace the lie, because the lie is a lot easier, it's more comfortable for us to embrace. We tell ourselves the lies about the justification for accepting the money to begin with. Then we lie to ourselves about why we stayed silent as city council members when all this was occurring. We lie to ourselves. Okay, so the moral aspect of this, what we're asking here is, as a city council going forward, is that if you cannot tell the truth, if we cannot trust you to tell the truth, and the last time I was up here, I said this is more about trust and confidence. If we can't trust you to be transparent with us, tell the truth, but moreover, embrace moral law over man's law, if you can't do that, then we will find other people who can. We will find other people who can do that. And Councilwoman Campbell, it's been a pleasure working with you, and I wish you all the luck in this battle. You have your hands full. But fight the fight. Fight the fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bedford. The next speaker is Ben Peterson. Ben, okay, good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Greetings to all present. My name is Ben Peterson. I'm leading the upcoming Citizens Coronavirus Commission to get to the truth of the matter at hand. I'd like to make the council aware of the Supreme Court ruling 12-398 from 2013. Its unanimous ruling stipulates that modified DNA is patentable as intellectual property. What this means to people that have been injected with mRNA gene therapy is that they are now classified under law as a genetically modified organism or transhuman and can be patented. This push to inject the population is not just compromising your health through toxic spike proteins' effect on cardiac muscles. According to peer-reviewed medical journal Circulation, this just came out, definitely follow up with this. It's compromising the legal standing of living men and women, dragging them down from a natural law and common law jurisdiction to that of a corporate person, which I've identified on this chart below. To do this without the informed consent of the recipient is a violation of the Nuremberg Code and comes with very strong penalties to violators.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
To give you an example that may be more familiar to you from the news, when Monsanto GMO seeds blow into an organic farmer's field, they sue the organic farmer for intellectual property infringement, and they use their Goliath size to bankrupt the organic farmer or the property and seize the property. To put it metaphorically, big pharma and governments are colluding to blow their mRNA seed into your body field to seize ownership of your physical vessel. This is part of a larger movement called the Fourth Industrial Revolution. It's been outlined by the World Economic Forum head Klaus Schwab. I will leave these books here for you for research. Bioengineering natural humans into Human 2.0, a merger of man and machine using graphene oxide and hydrogel as the injectable sensing and computing platform to make you a thing in the Internet of Things. When you're owned as property, you're a thing in the Internet of Things. You've lost your common and natural law rights. Just like with Facebook, they can censor you because you've accepted their terms of service, you've made an agreement to use their property, and you're subject to those terms of service. Klaus Schwab, head of the World Economic Forum, says, by 2030, you will own nothing and be happy. Who owns nothing? Slaves and property own nothing. This manufactured pandemic is a perverse form of technological slavery in disguise as a health crisis. My appeal today is not to the unjabbed, but to those that have been injected. You have a narrow and rapidly closing window to fight this and seek remedy or forever lose autonomy over your body and life. Yes. Learn more about these far-fetched yet very real plans in these two books I'm providing you today. COVID-19, The Great Reset. This came out in July. It was purported to be written in June. I don't believe it. 286 well-researched pages. I'm an author. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Well said. Well said.
The next speaker is Sherry DeRuiter.
That's how you do it, right there.
Sherry?
Good evening. My name is Shari DeRuiter. I'm a resident of Lake Havasu City again. Lived here 10 years ago. I'm speaking on behalf of the Havasu Patriots on the topic of resolution number 1776. Whereas county, state, and federal government officials have not as yet upheld we, the people of the states of Arizona's 1st, 4th, 10th, and 14th Amendment constitutional rights in regard to the overreach of the federal and state governments in concert with corporations' attempts to coerce, intimidate, persuade, trick, or compel us to receive an experimental vaccine as part of their response to the alleged COVID-19 virus outbreak, we, the people of Lake Havasu City, located in Mojave County, Arizona, and their city council, declare our city to be a constitutional republic and sanctuary city. In doing so, we are resolute in honoring Article 6, Paragraph 2 of the Constitution of the United States of America, which stated is the supreme law of the land. Inasmuch as any executive order, emergency proclamation, law, mandate, treaty, or other legislation is contrary to the Constitution, it will be declared null and void of law. It will bear no power to enforce, no obligation to obey, no court is bound to uphold it, nor any citizen to obey it. As stated in AM Jurisprudence Constitutional Law, Volume 16, Section 19, no emergency allows for the violation of any provisions of the United States Constitution or states' constitutions. And whereas we, the people of Mojave County, are united in our belief that we are guaranteed by the Constitution and the Bill of Rights that our God-given rights to life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness will be protected in the present and will be sustained for our posterity. In light of the recent state and federal violations of the 1st, 4th, 10th, and 14th Amendments to our Constitution under the guise of an emergency response to the COVID-19 outbreak, we the people are compelled to reaffirm our right to self-determination and to be free from governmental intrusion or tyranny of any kind. In doing so, it is our hope to make our city an example to others of how to reclaim their God-given individual liberty and restore our country to greatness as one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. Whereas we, the people of the city of Lake Havasu and our city council adhere to Title 18, U.S. Code Sections 241 and 242, which prohibits the conspiracy to or under the color of authority deprive any person of the free exercise or enjoyment of their rights or privileges secured to them by the Constitution. Therefore, the city government will prohibit the enforcement of or use of any resources for the purpose of enforcing any executive order, emergency proclamation, law, mandate, treaty, or other legislation which is contrary to the Constitution. This is defined by the commitment of this city government's resolution to prohibit the use of any resource up to and including those resources owned or properly controlled by other than the city of Lake Havasu, include automobiles or other vehicles, computers, telecommunications devices, radio receivers, or transmitters, weaponry, ammunition at all. And Dirk is going to finish for me.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
In addition to the city of Lake Havasu will offer no assistance to any government official, law enforcement, or regulatory agencies from outside the city of Lake Havasu that attempt to enforce any executive order, emergency proclamation, law, mandate, treaty, or other legislation which is contrary to the Constitution. Whereas we, the people of the city of Lake Havasu, define constitutional republic sanctuary city as a city that is committed to supporting and defending the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and bears true faith and allegiance to the same, and faithfully safeguards the rights and privileges therein endowed to them by their Creator and guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States. Section 1, we, the people and city government, declare Lake Havasu as a constitutional republic sanctuary city. We will protect and defend the free exercise and employment of the rights of the privilege secured to our citizens by the Constitution of the United States of America, regardless of any executive order, emergency proclamation, law, mandate, treaty, or other legislation which is contrary to the Constitution. Section 2, we further resolve to enforce the 5th U.S. Circuit Federal Court of Appeals grant on emergency stay of employees being required to be vaccinated or tested weekly as a condition of employment. Section 3, this resolution is reaffirmation of we the people and our city government's recognition of the Constitution of the United States of America and its organic laws, which are the founding documents of the United States of America, which establish that no statute or code should conflict with the principles set forth for these documents. This resolution should be and is effectively immediately should be adopted. We'd like for you guys to adopt this. We're your constituents. We put you in office. We would like you to do what we want you to do. If not, we'll all run for office and make this happen.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Thank you all.
Yes. Next speaker. Ms. Jones, you get one opportunity.
Actually, I just need to have a second. Jessica Knudsen, for $245,000 a year, you could pay attention. You don't need to fall asleep during all of this. You got quite a raise. You're over there pretty sleepy. Pay attention. It's 1 hour.
The next speaker is Mr. Goodfellow.
Tom Goodfellow, 874 Shalon Drive. Thank you for this opportunity. Something I wanted to bring up, and you might already can confirm this, but I have served as a town councilman and also on a special district. And in both cases, we all swore to uphold an oath. And that oath includes upholding or defending the Constitution. I would like to remind you of that. That's probably your first and foremost important thing as you sit in those chairs. Are you advancing liberty and freedom? It's easily to be forgotten. The oath is not symbolic. However, it's become symbolic even in Washington, D.C. You think about some of the people, we have socialists in our government. Unbelievable. So I just wanted to remind you of that. It's also been mentioned here about I use a different word. I use the word virtue. Virtue is missing, non-existent in America. It's lost. We need to get it back, all of us. And I learned a lot tonight, and I want to thank you. I'm rather new at living here. So thank you. Thank you for serving.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers that have signed up, but anyone else that would like to address the city council and call the public, just make your way to the podium and then state your name for the record.
Hello, David Diaz, live here in Lake Havasu. I just wanted to bring your attention to something that happened last night. You might not be aware of it, but we had the meeting last night for the Parks and Recreation Committee, and in the email that comes out, I don't know who does that email, comes out to the residents of all the city meetings and dates and places. It said Aquatic Center, room 155, 6 p.m. So I had 8 or 9 people call me today and tell me they went there and they thought the meeting was canceled. So we had the meeting last night. It was a very important meeting, and we had Cal, you, me, Cameron, and Jess, and one snowbird. So I think we need to make sure that we get those meetings out. Whoever's going to update that, make sure we get it out to the right people and make sure we change it if it needs to be changed, because this is a very important catalyst project that we need public input on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. If you could just state your name for the record, please.
John Levine. I'm a citizen here in Lake Havasu for the past 20 years. And I just want to make a simple statement. I support the statements that have been made tonight. regarding the overreach of government, the request that the resolution be endorsed, adopted, however that goes about. And just bring to your attention that we, the people here representing Havasu and Arizona, the United States, and the people around the world, we're in need, we're being targeted, and we're calling upon you as a council to stand with us, to support us together. And that's my request.
Thank you. Sir, yeah, just make your way to the podium and state your name for the record.
My name is Bill Wilson. First of all, I want to say thank you for not approving the storage facility on 95 coming into town from the north end. Thank you. I don't want to see that. You guys did great. My other comment is I was at the hospital the other night for the little protest, I guess you would call it. And it was interesting to see at times 5 police cars parked about half a block away. 5 police cars. Are there that many people on patrol that you can afford to have 5 police cars parked watching a very peaceful demonstration? So that's what I got. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, we actually did miss you. You had signed up. So Norman Stevens.
Well, first off, I would like to say this has been a good evening to come here. I've had a civics lesson, a history lesson, and a number of other things, which is all good. So they say, but I'm here to talk about the storage on the south end that you're considering. If you drive east, west, north, south, anywhere in this town, you're going to run into a storage facility somewhere. I've been here for 25 years. This is not the town I moved into. This has become a storage facility town and a pit stop for off-road vehicles. And I think you got to look at long and hard before you okay any more storage facilities, and start looking at some living facilities for people who work here on limited incomes and have nowhere to live. Because you've got people that have bought into this town that are landlords that jack up the rents to where people like bartenders that work at the Elks or other places on low income cannot afford to live there. So you've got something to think about before you okay one more storage facility. It's ridiculous of what's going on here. I live on North Palo Verde and Aviation. Not even a quarter of a mile from my house is a ream of storage facilities and brand new ones that are being built. I don't care where you go in this town, there are storage facilities. And one other little issue I'd like to say, these off-road vehicles that you allow to run this town, those fenders that they have on there are not to protect people behind them that fling rocks or whatever debris that's in the streets. It's to keep water and mud out of the people in there when they're off the road. They do not meet the requirements of having that. If somebody has a high-built truck, they have to have flaps behind their wheels to keep from throwing stuff on them. You don't allow that. You don't make the people that drive all over this town, and it's getting more and more of them every day that fling stuff in every direction. And you ought to think about it, and you ought to look at that law and make sure that they are not allowed to do this. I'm getting tired of getting my car pelted. They drive up and down Aviation on their way out to Desert Hills in the dirt, and if they happen to run across dirt on their way, they'll run through it. Thank you very much.
Hi. My name is Wendy Bedford, and I'm a resident here in Lake Havasu for another month. To the sanctuary city, the constitutional city, I just found an article in Fox News Online about a California sanctuary city declares itself a constitutional republic to fight COVID mandates. A city council in California overwhelmingly voted to declare the city a constitutional republic city to protect its citizens' rights in light of federal and state mandates. What we are doing is protecting our citizens' rights as much as we can on the local level. Oroville Police Department is like 40 miles from where Greg and I used to work in Yuba City. Oroville Police Department, or Oroville City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor Scott Thompson told Fox News, in a way, we are acting as a sanctuary city for our citizens and their rights and freedoms protected by the U.S. and state constitutions. He added, this applies to California only, but it was Gavin Newsom modeled this type of declaration for us when he declared San Francisco a sanctuary city for what he believed to be overreach by the federal government against his citizens. Thompson requested the measure, which was passed 6-1 by the City Council on November 2nd of this year. The resolution is intended to allow the city to opt out of enforcing any executive orders issued by the state of California or by the United States federal government that are overreaching or clearly violate our constitutionally protected rights. It is not tied to one specific mandate, such as President Biden's vaccine mandate on businesses, but it's to the large amount of mandates that are affecting every aspect of our lives and our kids' lives. The resolution states that the city believes in the separation of powers, individual rights, and the rule of law outlined in the United States Constitution, including the freedom for local government to have local control over issues related to the citizens who reside within the city's jurisdictional boundaries. There, something to think about. And they also just passed one of these in Idaho as well, just this last couple weeks. So you wouldn't be, you'd be on the ground floor, but you wouldn't be the first to do something like this. So, thank you.
Would anyone else like to address the City Council during call to the public?
Don Wisdom. Good evening, Mayor, Council. The last time I was up, I asked if you had a program where you would bring back the results of certain votes. You voted on the courthouse. I don't know where that's at. Been, 3 months now since we had the conversation about that. And I never did get the ruling of the water issue, what the vote was. I stayed here till 11:30 that night. And I guess it voted just right after I left. It was kind of obvious that one council person would make a motion and no second. Another council person make a motion, no second. It was kind of funny, but I would like to know what's going on with the courthouse. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Yeah, just make your way to the podium. State your name for the record.
David Heckendorn. I came here about in March. My father passed away. I got a random call, said, hey, your dad died. So I came down here. His caretaker never called. She's right in the process of stealing about $1 million in assets. And I go to the house to clean up the outside of the house, and I get threatened to be arrested for just cleaning up the outside of my dead father's house. So I had a 69-day APS report done. It's been 140 days, still haven't gotten that APS report. Every time I call, it's call here, call there, answering machines left and right. So my point is I don't understand how things get so chaotic at this level. I should be able to come and say, hey, your father passed away and this is how we normally handle it. Instead, it's really been, I don't even know how to put it into words. It's been chaotic to say the least. So I'm hoping that we get better as a civilization, and we get better at understanding where we're going. Because right now, we're lost. We're spinning in circles. We're at the crossroads of life, walking around in circles, and we're not getting any forward traction. luckily there was some people that were really making some sense. So I didn't feel like I needed to come up and say much because they did all the talking. So I'm going to stop pretending I'm here knowing what I'm talking about, but I'm praying that I go to places dressed like Jesus carrying a 9.5-foot wooden cross. I couldn't get through the doors or I would have carried it in. But I try to say my silent prayers that we all do a better job for our children's sake and their children's sake, because they don't have a chance at the way we're moving forward. They don't have a prayer. I mean, not a prayer. So please, I'm begging you, everybody, please make better decisions. Sounds like you're doing an amazing job, but please have a blessed night.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the city council during call to the public? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public or the call to the public and move on in our agenda. Next item is the consent agenda. Would any of the council members like to remove any of the items for separate discussion?
Mayor, I'd like to remove the October 26 minutes. Is that for further review?
Item 6.1?
Yes, I didn't have enough time to review all that. It took a long time to get it, and then I haven't had a chance to review it all too.
Okay,
vote
so
on
we'll
it
remove
tonight.
it for now, and then we'll have to take a vote on tabling it.
Okay, thank you.
So, okay. Any other council members like to remove any items from the agenda? All right. Do we have a motion on the consent agenda?
Mayor,
Yes, Vice Mayor Koch.
I move to approve the consent agenda minus item 6.1.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Koch, a second from Councilmember Moses. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. All right, now we will address item 6.1, which is approve the October 26th, 2021 City Council regular meeting minutes. I guess should we do them separate? We'll do them separate. So we'll start with that item. Councilmember Campbell, do you want to propose a motion on that?
Yeah, I propose that we table the October 26, 2021 City Council regular minutes.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second it for her.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Campbell, a second from Councilmember Lynn to table the October 26, 2021 City Council regular meeting minutes. Not to put words in your mouth, but the next meeting, would that be appropriate to have it on there?
Yes,
again?
please.
Okay. We do have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Oh, if you could just make the computer happen, Councilmember Campbell.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second, no further discussion. We are ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, and now we have approved the November 9th, 2021 City Council regular meeting minutes. I would entertain a motion to approve those.
I second. Yeah, I'd like a motion to approve those.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I do
you
have a
can't
second.
motion, can you?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Campbell and a second from Councilmember Lane to approve the November 9th, 2021 City Council regular meeting minutes. Is there any further discussion?
Thank you.
Oh.
Wait.
Oh.
Withdrawal? Okay.
Ms. Williams is working on it.
Sorry.
She's clicking as fast as she can.
And I'm reading over here as fast as I can to stay in line here. This is a new one for me. You guys just bear with it.
All right, no further discussion. We are ready to vote.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. All right, item 7 is correspondence, communications, petitions, announcements, and the city manager report. Item 7.1 is the investment report as of September 30th. Ms. Olson filed this for our review. Are there any questions from any members of the council? All right, seeing none, they are filed accordingly. Item 7.2 is to announce vacancies on the Lake Havasu City boards, committees, and commissions. Ms. Williams.
Mayor and City Council, there are several vacancies on Lake Havasu City boards, committees, and commissions. The following is a listing of those vacancies. Board of Adjustment, 1 regular member, 3 alternate members, and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, 1 regular member. Anyone interested can pick up a packet at City Hall, and they are also available on the city's website at lhcaz.gov. Thank you.
All right, item 7.3 is the city manager's report. Mr. Knudsen?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to start this evening's city manager report with recognition for all the good efforts that happened on Veterans Day, including our Veterans Day Parade. Mayor and Council, as well as our HIAC group, our youth and our youth leadership in Lake Havasu City, attended the Veterans Day Parade that was sponsored by our VFW Post 9401. Following the parade, Mayor Sheehy spoke at the ceremony, thanking all of our veterans for their service to our country. Last Sunday, Mayor Sheehy helped bury a time capsule at Rotary Community Park with the London Bridge Rotary Club to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the club and the London Bridge. It was buried this month, and it's scheduled to be opened in November of 2046. I would like to make the community aware of a meeting that is next week on Tuesday here at the council chambers in the police department building. This will be at November 30th from 5:30 p.m. until 7:30 p.m. ADQ is hosting this meeting to talk about the state Superfund site that's located at Bahama Avenue and Bimini Lane. For more information, please contact ADQ. There's some contact information that's listed here. And attend the meeting again next Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. The next coffee with the mayor and city manager features our police chief Dan Doyle and our fire chief Pete Palafis as special guests of the mayor. The coffee is set for Friday, December 3rd. It'll take place at the normal time and date, and it'll be at 8:30 a.m. This meeting is we located right here in the council chambers, located in the police department at 2360 McCulloch Boulevard North. Residents are encouraged to attend and express any issues, concerns, or questions. So please come and hear from our police chief and our fire chief, as well as the mayor, about all the happenings and plans in Lake Havasu City. Just around the corner, the entire community is invited to attend the 18th annual free community dinner on Friday, December 10th, and it'll be hosted at the Aquatic and Community Center. The team is offering 2 different serving times again this year. So there's an early bird serving that starts at 4 p.m. The doors for that will open at 3:30, and the second serving is at 6 p.m. and those doors open at 5:45. Both servings are first come, first serve, and we're serving up to 500 people per seating. The dinner is hosted by the community for the community and provides a relaxed atmosphere to share a traditional holiday feast with family, friends, neighbors, and anyone who just wants a dose of great community spirit. Thanks to numerous volunteers, donors, and local business sponsors, this event continues to grow year after year. Chef Trevor Best prepares the feast with assistance from the Wave Culinary Hospitality students and includes turkey, ham, potatoes, gravy, stuffing, all the fixings, including dessert. The turkeys are donated by our local service organizations, which is an effort that's led by Councilmember David Lane, and will be cooked by Chagou's Restaurant. And we have 125 pies that are donated by Smith's Food and Drug. So we'll have some gifts for the kids, as well as the dinner opportunities for pictures and photography. And it'll be great to have this again resume after a delay from last year. So again, the community is invited to this special event. And lastly, our city offices are closed for Thanksgiving, as well as Friday, November 26th. And our police and fire department services, as always, are unaffected. And our trash and recycling schedules, that we understand, are not interrupted this week either. Mayor and Council, that concludes my report for this evening.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Knudsen, I believe the trash and recycling services are impacted. So Thursday collections will happen on Friday, and Friday collections will happen on Saturday this week.
Is that right? Okay,
Yes.
I made the note that that's not interrupted, so I guess, so Thursday is collected on Friday?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
so you have
and
a
then
Thursday
Friday's
route.
collected on Saturday.
Okay, thank you for that note.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 8, our public hearings. We'll start with the environmental learning update with item 8.1. We have Pillar 4 from the America's Best Community Competition of the Vision 2020, represented by Charlie Casson. Here to give a presentation. We have some other committee members that are in the audience as well. Thank you for that. And this is an update from the Environmental Learning Center, which is one of the 3 key projects that were developed out of Vision 2020. So good evening and welcome, Mr. Casson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Vice Mayor Koch and council members and staff. I appreciate the invite to come give you an update on the Environmental Learning Center. The timing was perfect because in July it was delivered from the design consultants. And it was after a multi-year process. It was, I wouldn't say uninterrupted. It was interrupted in a major way by the pandemic. But it's a project that, as you know, came out of the Vision 2020 process, which was a series of town halls where hundreds of citizens participated and developed the 5 pillars for the city. And from that process, 3 projects were chosen to move forward in our application with the America's Best Communities competition, where Lake Havasu City competed with 350 other communities across the nation in a competition that was sponsored by Frontier Communications and the Weather Channel and others. And it was a competition for $3 million first prize, $2 million second prize, and $1 million third prize. And instead of just submitting 1 project for that competition, we submitted 3. And as you know, those 3 projects were the Downtown Catalyst Project, the Environmental Learning Center, and the co-working center that is now being developed in the Center City. Those 3 projects were selected under the cover of addressing demographic starvation in our community, where our aging population is resulting in less of a workforce and was hindering economic development and development in other ways in this community. So these projects were chosen. Long story short, we won the $2 million grand prize in the America's Best Communities process. Another town hall with the Vision 2020 group was called, and a couple hundred folks came together to put those 3 projects into priority order. And number 1 was the Downtown Catalyst Project. Number 2 was the Environmental Learning Center. And number 3 was the Co-working Center. The Downtown Catalyst Project was allocated $1 million of the $2 million. The Environmental Learning Center was allocated $500,000 of that $2 million. And the Co-working Center was allocated $400,000 to be used in the furtherance of those 3 projects. The remaining $100,000 was left in the coffers for any additional projects that might come forward from the 5 pillars of the Vision 2020 project. So I'm here to tell you how we spent, or we didn't spend the entire $500,000. We still have over $100,000 of that money left. And we have fully intend on using the full 500 to see this project through to the end, which we'll talk about at the end of this presentation. I don't want to take up too much time, and you have the presentation in front of you, but we will go through the slides here, and I might cut it short on a few to get to the end. There's some 24 or so slides here, and this is what we call the roadshow, where it's put together, intended to be seen by people who don't know this project and are not familiar with it in any way. So there may be some information here that is already known to you. So first one. So the first slide is just where we are in relation to the rest of the world or the southwestern United States. But noteworthy is the area that's shaded in red. That's the drainage area for the Colorado River. So all the water that drains from that entire area does drain towards the Colorado River. And the Colorado River serves the needs of between 20 and I've heard as many as 40 million Americans in the southwestern United States. The Colorado River aqueduct system takes water from Lake Havasu and takes it to Southern California, where some 26 million people from Ventura County south to the Mexican border are direct users. And the Central Arizona project takes water out of Lake Havasu and takes it east as far as Tucson and through Phoenix. So, next. This is just the proximity of the actual building site for the Environmental Learning Center and where it is in the city, and some points of interest in its relation to those points of interest around town. Again, here's an aerial view of the site that has been graded for the Environmental Learning Center. It was graded as part of the agreement between the three-way agreement between the state parks, the developers of the Riviera project, and the city for the sharing of the costs of the incoming road. Some of the dirt work that was required for that road was placed where the Environmental Learning Center can be placed. It's about an 8 to 10 acre site. Looking at that, the whole 280 acres that the city has under lease with the BLM, this shows you the area that was put under review basically for a master plan, an overall master plan on how the Environmental Learning Center will be placed and its relationship to the various hiking trails and other amenities that are attached to it. There are a number of hiking trails. This is one. This is the Lakeview Walk, and you can see that the walkways are designed to be ADA compatible, and each of the terminus points of these walkways will serve as a gathering place and possibly even a classroom or an entertainment venue. Here's another one of the walkways. You can see that it terminates in kind of a small amphitheater, could be classroom, could be just a meditation space. And then there's some of the fauna that can be seen potentially along those routes. Same here, this is the Basin Walk. This is the longest walk, but it has outdoor classroom space. It has an overlook at the very top. Again, ADA compatible, and there are retention basins that are shown here full of water. And there's a potential there that one or more of these areas that could be flooded with water could potentially be an urban fishing pond. And the Arizona Game and Fish is interested in being a part of doing that. The walkways, instead of just being a scenic walk, it was thought that it would be great if we could, since the river and the lake is the focus of the Environmental Learning Center facility, that the walks could actually terminate either at the lake or potentially on the lake in a concept. The concept and the inspiration was derived from the site itself. The colors that the Environmental Learning Center will be adorned with come from the earth. That fractured rock you see in the middle on the left there, you'll see again in the next slide. That fractured rock was used as an inspiration for the building layout itself. And the concept drawings that you see there on the left and to the top are the view sheds. Those are the maximizing the view, minimizing the sun glare, and trying to make best use of the site in a creative way. This is where the buildings are laid out on the upper site with the parking towards the top. You see up on the upper right-hand corner is where the entry drive comes off of the road that terminates down at the new state park at the lake. And so there's parking. There is a welcome garden in the middle of the parking. And to gain access to the buildings, you have to enter in that V-shaped spot there, right where the number 1 is. And that's the main entry for the facility. And they liken it to entering through the crack in the rock. This is the facility is designed to be water and energy neutral. Of course, there will be a potable water needs, of course, but it's intended that any wastewater and any runoff water will be utilized on the site. in what's called the living machine. And you'll see that in a minute. But those arrows, those are catchments for the water that does fall on the facility. And it's estimated that just our natural rainfall at even less than 4 inches a year could potentially generate as much as 500,000 gallons of water from this site. These are the floor plans. The buildings are basically separated into two different modules, if you will. There's the east plan and the west plan. The buildings on the east side are kind of the business side of the Environmental Learning Center. And the left side, the west side, is kind of the pleasure side. So business before pleasure. So let's look at the east side. In this building, as you come in through that, where the number 1 is there, you enter through that crack in the rock, so to speak. And there's a welcome space there with a water feature to let you know that this facility is about water and about the desert environment. So you'll be greeted with a kind of a water feature there, maybe taxidermy with a bighorn sheep or some kind of a display in that manner. You would enter in that area labeled as number 3, which is the lobby. And that lobby, as you enter the lobby directly to your left is a glass wall. Behind that glass wall will be the city's water quality laboratory, where the actual lab activities that are taking place on a daily basis will be viewable by the public. So there's a public interface there and an opportunity to educate the public on what's going on inside that laboratory. Spaces 8 and 10 and 12 are laboratories, chemistry lab. There's a number 8 is a microbiology lab. There's a chemist's office. There's a back receiving space for storage and file storage and that sort of thing. So the laboratory number 7 will be the city's laboratory. Number 8 would be a microbiology lab that could be used by visiting researchers and scientists and students and could be actually leased to other agencies that have told us that would be beneficial for them, that it's something that they would use. And then number 12 is a research lab that would be equipped for general purpose research in much the same way for visiting researchers and students. Number 13 is a special instrumentation lab. It has been brought to our attention that there is very sensitive instrumentation that the owners would like to place in this facility, but it requires special training or designated operators to operate. So it's very specialized, very sensitive equipment. And so that space has been set aside there for projects and specialty instrumentation. And in the very back, number 14, there's actually 4 dormitory kind of modules. Those would be for visiting or transient researchers, scientists, students. For those who would be here for just a few days and just need a place to crash while they're doing what they need to do in the facility, there's an opportunity to do that. Plus there's the restroom and shower facilities that are part of that as well. And there's some office space. There's a hydroponics exhibit there, number 21. And that will be a demonstration on how we can better utilize the water that we have to grow the food that's being grown with Colorado River water now. In fact, most of Colorado River water is used to grow food. And then over in the number 18 area, those are the offices. That could be actually training space, could be conference rooms, and offices for the ELC facility itself. Next. So moving over to the pleasure side is in the upper right-hand corner, say number 5 is a gift shop. And number 8 is open air restaurant, cafe, could be a coffee shop, could be a full-on restaurant. That's the outdoor space. It is outdoors, but it is covered. Number 7 is the indoor restaurant space. Over in number 14 is the space set aside for a full kitchen. If in fact a restaurateur wishes to come in and do a full restaurant there, there will be kitchen space available for them to do that. 13 is public restrooms. 12 out there is outdoor exhibit space and event space. And then over on the left where you see all the chairs indoors and outdoors is event space. And there's a moving wall, a glass wall that separates them that can be opened up in good weather conditions and make that all one usable space. And in the back of that building is a breakout room, which could be used for a conference room, could be used for a ready room for weddings and the like, that sort of thing. And then there's a resource area, 21 is a resource area that could be utilized to provide whatever that facility needs to put on the kinds of events and things. And 23 is storage of tables and chairs and all the back of the house type of things. Back to the east side, you can see that the kind of peach colored area, that's the public interface space where it could be used for exhibits, standing exhibits, traveling exhibits, you name it. There's a lot of space there to help educate the public. The light blue area is the research and chemistry lab facilities. In the kind of the green area is the shared space that is available for traveling researchers or students, or those who wish to either lease or have that space available to them. There's including a desk space and office space that would be set aside for those who need those kinds of resources while they're here doing their jobs. And then the kind of the gray off to the right there, that's the back office space. And those back offices have their own entry. The laboratories have their own entry off of the parking lot there, so they can come directly in off the parking lot without having to come through the public areas. The colors and designs were chosen straight from the environment, the property, the site itself. So the textures and the colors and the sidings will actually be covered with materials that are taken directly from the site. In the welcome garden, which is the one that you pass by when you come in off the parking lot, as well as the living machine garden, these are some of the plants that are either indigenous to the area or thrive in our climate. Approaching the facility from the parking lot, the buildings were kept rather stark from the parking lot side, so that when you leave your car, you leave it behind and you enter the facility, you walk through the crack in the rock, and the views, which are absolutely spectacular, come into view, as well as the rest of the facility. So it looks a little plain on this side, but it's fantastic on the other side. This is the welcome area, the enter, they call it the Tanaha, which is that kind of water fixture that introduces you to the facility itself, and then you enter to the left. You enter the lobby, and you see off to the left-hand side is the glass wall that separates the public space from the city's water quality laboratory work that's taking place on the other side of the window. Now you see the people sitting in the chairs there, just in the middle of the floor. Those folks are listening to a docent or possibly even one of the chemists talk about what's taking place on the other side of that wall and educating those people on just what it is we're looking for and looking at with respect to the water. This is the outside. This is the living machine, that kind of riparian, marshy, manufactured marsh area that will be utilizing the water that's generated, the wastewater that's generated on the site. and a view from the walking path down below. A view from the restaurant cafe area looking out into the covered but outdoor space. This is the covered outdoor space outside of the event facility. And this is the event facility with the wall of glass opened up so that it incorporates both indoor and outdoor space. And this is the structure that houses a cistern, an actual water storage device that is built into that structure that juts out into the property, and with views and the living garden, and actually a space down below where you can get down and access the trails from that kind of lit door that you see down there towards the base of it. These are the elevations. The elevation and the section there on the very bottom, you can see the water catchment and delivery system that takes the water generated on the site to that water storage tank that's built into that structure. More elevations, you can see that the areas that don't have the views are kind of rather plain and have few windows. And looking from the south towards the building, you can see that that side of the building is virtually all windows. Architects call it glazing. I guess I should call it glazing too. One more shot. This is the team that contributed to this project. And Jones Studio, the professionals that worked on it are all listed on the left. And the Pillar 4 and the stakeholders that assisted Pillar 4 in developing this concept are all listed on the right. There's a couple there that are missing. One is Thilac Fernando, who is the city's water. Well, did Thilac retire? Is he still? Okay, good. Yeah, so Thilac contributed, and also Jeremy Abbott, who has left the city. But Jeremy, in the beginning, Jeremy was very helpful with getting this off the ground. So looking ahead, what's next? The next steps, now that we have the concept, we have kind of the dream in the can, so to speak. What we need to do is establish a foundation made with a 5-member founding board. That foundation I have just given the title of Desert Water Alliance. And it will be formalized by adopting bylaws. Will be incorporated with the ACC and be a 501c3. So it'll be a charitable organization and with nonprofit status. But we'll have an employee identification number because the intent would be that the foundation and not the city would actually be the operator of this facility and employ the people who work there. So we would prepare a business plan with banking, fundraising, and operations plans. And then, but of course, the foundation can't own the facility, can't own the property. So there would need to be an operating agreement with Lake Havasu City. It's once we get the alliance or the foundation on its own 2 feet, then we can come to the city and negotiate an agreement on how we're going to run the place. We'll execute a comprehensive marketing plan with web and social media, which is necessary these days. We need to create a seamless pathway for those people who do wish to contribute to be able to do so. If it's easy, then it's more likely that people will be inclined to use that resource. And then we'll commit some fundraising. And I am confident in the research that I have done personally and in consultation with others in the know that there are many. In fact, if you just Google water grants, you'll see page after page of large level grants that are available at both the state and the federal level with respect to grants that are looking for projects like this. And so I think that there will be millions available to us. We just need to find the ones that work the best for this facility and then go out and get them. And also, given the significance of this facility and the fact that it does benefit tens of millions of Americans in the southwestern United States, that I believe that proper presentation through our congressional delegation or possibly others, we could possibly get federal recognition in the form of an appropriation that can help both get this facility built and make it something really special. So that's all I have. Steps beyond that, of course, depend on the fundraising and to what level. Certainly, if we have one benefactor that comes up and wants to put his name on the building and front the entire, $10 million or so that it's going to take to get this out of the ground, then certainly it's going to go a lot quicker. It could be the Sheehy Center for Colorado River Studies. I know you've got that kind of money in your pocket right now, Cal, so it shouldn't be. So anyway, again, thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it. Any other information, you have my contact information. You have the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Castens. Thank you for the very thorough report on what you guys have been up to and the plans. Are there any questions from members of the council of Mr. Castens? Councilmember Lynn?
You said there's $100,000 left. Can you tell me where that's being held right now?
The PED is the caretaker.
Okay. And then I'm a little bit confused. In the beginning, we talked about the different projects and addressing our demographic starvation and changing that. I'm not quite sure how this project addresses that.
Well, when this project matures, the vision is that it will become a destination for water researchers. It will also be the clearinghouse for all data related to the water quality in the Colorado River. There will be a lot of research being done ostensibly by the universities, and I've been approached by 3 universities that are very interested in this project. And so there's a good possibility that students, graduate students, high school students, middle school kindergartners, all who need some kind of water credits.
Recording in progress.
Okay. So literally anybody who needs water units, water-related units, would need to come through Lake Havasu City to get them. So I would anticipate that some of those traveling researchers who visit Lake Havasu City will also be a part of educating the public. I mean, this facility is to be a storehouse of data and information and knowledge with virtually everything we know about the Colorado River quality and the river's health, which nobody is doing now. This is the first of its kind anywhere. So they're really, with all of the agencies that claim some jurisdiction on the Colorado River, none of them is taking responsibility for the overall health of the river or the quality of the water that's in it. So, and every problem that has come down the river that has affected our economy here in Lake Havasu City, and I could name off a dozen of them right now: cryptosporidium, microcystis, carbon monoxide, hexavalent chromium, E. coli. I mean, E. coli caused a multi-year economic crash in this community back in the 90s. Perchlorate coming downstream from Las Vegas, uranium coming downstream from Moab. There's really no watchdog organization that is keeping track of those things. And if some form of methyl, ethyl, bad stuff, you name it, comes downstream that renders that lake unusable for Lake Havasu City, we're in big trouble here. So there's a lot of work to do on this river. There are institutions out there that are eager to be a part of this and to use this facility in the furtherance of getting to know the Colorado River. And in the process of doing that, and we have those kinds of people, that caliber of worker coming through this town, they're going to leave a mark in some way, shape, or form. And they could, and the education that takes place in that lobby, the young people that listen to how, what might be in the water and what it looks like through a microscope, could inspire those young people to become scientists and researchers and want to know more about the quality and the health of this basically a living organism we call the Colorado River.
That was a long answer.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I get carried away. I apologize.
Okay. So you talked a little bit about some of the agencies, and I think on the one slide you talked about different agencies leasing these facilities. Like what type of agencies are you talking about?
Universities. ASU is the largest research organization in the world. ASU does have a water research center now, but it's not on the river. And also U of A, I've spoken to folks there that are very interested in learning more about this. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, it was from input from them in one of our planning meetings that added those 4 little dorm facilities in the back, because that was where we learned that there may be traveling workers that need a place to crash for the night while they're here on a 3 or 4 day assignment. So, those are the kinds of institutions that we're talking about and agencies that we're talking about.
So as for leasing, I mean, we talked a lot about stakeholders, and those are the same type of stakeholders. So would they financially be investors?
Well, if they're leasing the space, then they would be contributing through their lease agreements. If they choose to become an investor or a partner in the project and have a significant contribution to the building of the facility, that could be reflected in the lease amounts, or there could be a no lease situation for those who are partners. Those are details that the board that would be created those are discussions they would need to have, as well as naming opportunities and all that kind of thing.
So last night, I'm the liaison for the Parks and Rec board, and we had a discussion on the project, the Downtown Catalyst project, and there's $1 million put on the side for that. And that board had a lot of concerns about utilizing that space and it being a space that's used daily and not just for certain events. So I think that might be a big concern on this. Like, how is this? It's quite grand that it's going to be every part of that being used to the best of the money being invested in it. I didn't want it to be some big empty. It's beautiful, but I'm not sure how it's going to be used on an everyday basis to fill that space and to compensate for spending. We didn't even put a price on it yet.
Understood. I mean, it's a vision. There is much speculation to it, but that speculation is based on input that we received over a couple of years from that list of people representing agencies that you saw. And actually, I'll go all the way back to the very seed when this project was hatched. It goes all the way back to the city's participation in a group called CRISCO, that is now the Clean Colorado River Sustainability Coalition, which is a coalition of virtually every Colorado River water diverter from Southern Nevada Water Authority all the way down to Central Arizona Project and even beyond. So, and this idea was brought before the Crisco board years ago, and there was much enthusiasm about it at that time. But of course, we didn't have anything to show them. So the next Crisco board meeting is February in the spring. And this presentation will be presented back to them. And then we'll get an idea. They were very enthusiastic about the prospect at the time when the concept was presented to them. Yeah, would you use this? Yes, absolutely. To what level? Well, we don't know. We'd have to talk about it. So, you know, we're going to go back and meet with those folks again, individually and collectively, to find out exactly how do we get into your budget to build this project, and what does it mean to you? How do you plan to use it? And then we can come back. I mean, this is a learning process, and it is inventive, it is innovative, it is new, it's never been done before. So there's an element of risk here, and that just takes courage to see it through. So that's kind of my goal at this point. I'm just a volunteer. But I'm very passionate about it. I've been a water wonk for decades and decades, and I recognized the need right off when we first started meeting with Crisco. The fact that there was so much data on water quality scattered all over the river, but there was no amalgamation of that data. There was no consistency in that data there, and so there's just all this big data, and it's stored on the Crisco website now. And this is the kind of facility that can get into that, learn how this river behaves and what its makeup is.
So I'm glad you brought up Crisco. So I pulled back our minutes from the planning session where you came and presented to us. And I had asked kind of these same questions about the investors. And Crisco had been brought up, and it's in the minutes, and it says Mr. Casson stated his meeting with Clean Colorado River Sustainability Coalition that they were supportive as a facility, but no funding dream to reality. So that I'm glad that they're interested in it, and that they'll utilize it, but unless they're going to change their mind, they're not putting no money into it.
Well, you know, at that time when I was having those discussions, we didn't have anything to show them. And so we've had multiple meetings since then with agencies, with ASU, with Fish and Wildlife, with Game and Fish, all of whom have not only expressed their support and their endorsement and their interest in this project, but they're also interested in, I mean, they also contributed to what you see here tonight. So, you know, we've produced a cartoon of everything that they told us. And now we need to go back to them and say, okay, to what level, just how serious are you about this? And I have every expectation that we will get commitments from many agencies.
One last question. Yes. So where's the revenue? Where's the city making any money on this?
The city can't make money on this. That's a provision in the Recreation and Public Purposes Act. The city leases this facility at $0 from the federal government, and it has to be used for recreation and public purposes. And any monies that are generated on this site have to go back into this site. And I have every expectation that that will be very easy to do.
Okay, with that then, I have a question. There's a commercial side down in the Riviera that we're still talking about what we're going to do in that area, correct? City manager?
Mayor, council. Yeah, there's some forthcoming applications coming from the developer in the Riviera area, sure.
So I think part of that was talking about like a restaurant type area there too. So then showing this, what you were showing in the plans, that there's a restaurant in that area and then there's a restaurant that's down in that other area, right? That's what that would look like.
I don't know what the Riviera folks have planned. I know at one time there was a restaurant planned for the state park launch area. I know there was plans for a hotel, which I would assume there'd be a restaurant as well in that hotel. But I think our audiences between those different facilities will be different. And if you're there at the Environmental Learning Center for an event or for a meeting or for whatever reason, that I doubt that you would leave that facility if all you wanted was a coffee shop and there's one right there on the site. You would probably use that, I would imagine.
That's
Yeah.
it for now.
Okay. Yeah, so I think some of your questions, Councilmember Lynn, might be the board or the foundation that's going to be set up is going to operate that. So this isn't going to be a city project that with city staff. We might be a tenant for our water lab, but other than that, it'll be that foundation that runs it, raises the money through grants or other sources, donations, those types of things. I don't know if that clarifies some of your thoughts.
A little bit, but I guess, and I have a question. So if this area was to eventually replace our old water lab, right?
Mhm.
So how does that relationship work then with the city?
Yeah, so we would then be a tenant of that facility
Okay.
and then through that operating agreement. So I mean, those are details as that board or foundation comes together that we would have discussion if that
Well,
makes sense for
yeah,
us.
and to be clear, the city will actually own the facility, but the city can't convey the property. So the building will be a city building, but it'll be operated and run by the foundation under an agreement with the city. But ultimately, the city has to retain ownership because that's a provision in the RMPP lease.
But it wouldn't use our money to build it, but we would then own the facility.
But what if something happened and the foundation couldn't take care of it? Then it goes back under the city to
Those are all
maintain
discussions that we'll have when that agreement comes forward. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we'll have those conversations as it proceeds. I think the next step is finding those funding partners and partners to utilize the space for then the next step for us to have additional conversations on what that looks like for the city and what we're interested in doing.
Mayor, may I make a
Councilman,
comment as well,
please.
just to kind of shift focus on this too, to give a little different perspective. These aren't tax dollars, am I correct? These are winnings from a contest put on through a company. The city of Lake Havasu can't win a contest. So the way I kind of view this isn't my money to make a decision on. Now, if you want the city's involvement, then 100%, I'll have a say in that. But these are your winnings from whoever was on that pillar to move forward with it how you see fit. I wasn't on that pillar. I wasn't on that committee at all. Those are really grand, beautiful dreams. And I'd really be interested to see what kind of interest you're garnering from some of those. I know there's interest and then there's money. And I'd really like to see, when we start, who's going to start actually stepping up, and excited to see how that happens. So thank you for the work on that. Appreciate you.
And to review, what the first next step is to set up the mechanisms that will allow the banking, the funds, the availability, our ability to receive those funds, we have to set up now. If somebody were to step up today and say, I want to give you $5 million towards this project, we couldn't accept it because we don't have the means to accept that money. So we need to set up those mechanisms first, and then we can start asking for, the hard stuff. And I suppose I would assume that with the Downtown Catalyst project, which I believe was a Pillar 1 project, that this is all being conducted. I would assume that the Downtown Catalyst project is being filtered through the Pillar 1 group, since that was, that's the money that was allocated to that project through that group. So it's a similar situation there.
Any other questions before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Lang?
Thank you. Yeah, Charlie, very, very nice presentation. You've come a long way not using any tax dollars. So truly appreciate that. That's for sure.
That was my promise in the beginning.
It was. And I remember telling you, we're not going to use taxpayer dollars. So, but you've done a lot of work. So thank you for that. But my question revolves around U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I know they, after you had announced this, then they started talking about kind of doing the same thing along the river. And I'm wondering, are they still having their own plans, or they come on board with you, or are you in negotiations?
Yes, they still have plans to do a visitor center But I believe that they're committed to putting that center on their property. And they have a couple of sites in mind, but that's been kind of in discussion mode for a number of years. I'm not sure how far along that's come. But now, as far as being a place where Fish and Wildlife could have a presence, whether in the form of exhibits or even counter space, certainly this facility would be available to them for that. Or when they have visiting or researchers, for lack of a better term, investigators out on the river on assignment for a reason, this facility, would be an ideal spot for them to work out of. And so that's why it was actually Fish and Wildlife, like I said, that suggested maybe the living quarters are a spot where their folks that are out on assignment might have a place to crash that's central to this whole reach of the Colorado River. Actually, it's central both ways. If you're looking from LA to Tucson, from Hoover Dam to the Mexican border, we're right square in the middle of it. We're right there. So from a location standpoint, it's convenient for a lot of these agencies that do send people out to the river to do sampling or to do some kind of investigative process or project. That's what this facility would be for. And I would also go further to say that and this is just Charlie talking, but ideally, in my mind, any knowledge, any data, anything we learn through those investigations that take place that come through this facility are how that data is housed at this facility and will be shared with the general public. It will be public information. It will be shared with the public. It will be used to further educate the public on just what we know about the Colorado River. That will make us the subject matter experts on the Colorado River, and that will make us the go-to when anybody has questions or concerns about what might be out in that river that could affect our ability to drink it or even play on it. And so that's kind of where this is going. When this facility matures, it's going to put Lake Havasu City on the map with respect to what the entire population of the United States knows about the most important river on this continent is all happening right here in Lake Havasu City. And that goes to the demographic starvation question as well.
Councilmember Moses?
Just out of general curiosity and shortest available answer, please. Were there any costs associated with some of these, with any estimates at all?
Yes.
On any of this? The architect gave you some cost estimates?
Yes.
How much were those?
$1.8 million a year operation. And I'm just giving you the two biggies. It's the cost to operate it a year, and $8 to $10 million, $8.5 to $10 million to get it out of the ground.
Thank you.
That includes soft costs, permits, making up the plans. That's getting it up out of the ground. Now, those estimates, there was a full-on feasibility study done and a cost estimate through Rounds Consulting, which is recognized as a statewide authority. They did a full cost analysis on this, but that's been a few years ago now. So the world has changed a bit since then. So don't hold me to those numbers, but you asked me what we have, and that's what we have.
Yeah, great.
I got one quick question.
Councilmember Lynn?
So that 1.8 million operating, that's like the water, the electric, all that, right?
Yes.
So where's that money coming from? Like, that's, I think I was trying to ask before, where is it making any revenue?
Well, that's where fundraising comes in, and that's where federal appropriation would come in. That's where partnerships with participating agencies comes in. If we can, and I would think that it would be relatively easy, given the significance of the agencies that we're talking about, that it would be relatively easy to raise the annual operating costs of this facility, not including the revenues from leasing out the research areas, renting out the event space, to even charging in an entry fee, which I would like to stay away from. But
All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter?
Hello, David Diaz again. So do you have any, I guess this question would be for the gentleman here. This Desert Water Alliance, the board you said you'd be putting together, you know who those people are going to be? Do you have any idea? Can you name those people? Okay. We'd like, when you do come up with that, we'd like to know exactly who these people are. And if it's a 501c3, and kind of getting into what Ms. Lynn was saying, the profitability, all the money that's made has to go back in and just kind of regenerate itself. So we like that to be in a very open process. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, any other questions, comments from members or citizens about this item?
And about I don't mean to be secretive about the board members. I just haven't asked them if I can release their names yet, so I'm reluctant to do so without at least giving them the heads up.
Sure.
And in fact, I would at this point propose that we add a 6th seat and make that a city council appointment a seat on that board.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Are there any final questions for Mr. Cossins? All right, well, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks again, and happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you as well. All right, item 8.2 is adopt ordinance number 21-1269, amending Lake Havasu City Code Section 3.20.040, schedule of fees and service charges to update costs recovered. Ms. Olson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item was first brought to you in September, and we had to, as part of the process, make sure that we had 60 days from the time that this was introduced until now where it's proposed for adoption. Just as a quick recap, the staff led by our senior accountant, Sandy McCormick, went through and looked at all of the services that the city provides, and we determined what the cost of those services are. And then based upon what council has, kind of what the recovery rates that are reasonable and best business practice and very common even with other cities, we apply those recovery rates to those costs, and that results in the actual master fee schedule that shows the numbers. We did a full review this year in looking at all of the costs. Next year, we would take a look at probably just a CPI increase, but it wouldn't actually be applied for 2 years. Council has provided direction to us to only bring back changes every 2 years so that the fees aren't changing constantly by some are very small numbers. So since we had the public hearing in September, staff has not received any comments or feedback from anyone. And I'm not sure if the city clerk has received anything. Nothing for the city clerk either. So the schedule is exactly as we brought it to you before. No changes have been made. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Olson. Are there any questions of Ms. Olson? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion or possible motion.
Mayor, I motion to move to adopt ordinance number 21-1269, amending Lake Havasu City Code Section 3.20.040.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilmember Campbell, second from Councilmember Moses. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Olson. Next item is item 8.3, adopt ordinance number 21-1267, amending Lake Havasu City Code Section 2.56.111, municipal court administrative fees schedule and jail cost recovery to increase the warrant fee, repeal the suspension fee, and establish a default fee. Judge Kalali.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you tonight. As I heard, this session is being recorded, so if we could just play back exactly what Ms. Olson said. She said it so succinctly that this is exactly the same thing that's happening. We came through this a couple months ago, and we're back here. Nothing has changed from then until now. And so if you folks have any questions or any comments, I can answer those.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council? All right. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion or possible motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Moses.
I move to adopt ordinance number 21-1267 to amend Lake Havasu City Code section 2.56.111.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Moses, a second from Councilmember Lane. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Mayor, Council, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Item 8.4 is adopt ordinance number 21-1273, amending the zoning classification and district boundary for 2200 Victoria Farms Road, APN 120-03-024, a 10-acre meets and bounds parcel from AP Agriculture Preservation District to LI Light Industrial District. Mr. Morris.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you. This is a request for a subject property that's located on Victoria Farms Road. It's about 10 acres in size. It's accessed from Highway 95 via Chenoweth Road and then onto Victoria Farms Drive. The subject property is currently vacant. The abutting properties are a mix of undeveloped properties and open storage uses. The property lies outside the city's water service area. EPCOR Utilities is the water provider for the property. Wastewater is not currently available at the property. The current zoning of the property is AP Agricultural Preservation. The property to the east is also zoned AP. The property to the south and west are zoned industrial, and the property to the north is zoned light industrial. The subject property is requested to be rezoned to light industrial, the same as the property to the north. The underlying agricultural preservation district in this northern area of town is really a holding zoning for the undeveloped portion of the city. When this area was annexed into the city, it obtained the closest zoning designation that it had with the county. So it was AP, it was the closest designation that we had for the county zoning. So when someone wants to come in and develop the property with a commercial use, they typically have to rezone it to the appropriate zoning category. In this case, the intent of the letter of intent given or submitted by the property applicant is to use this property for a storage yard. We've received no objections from any reviewing parties or departments. This was heard at the Planning Commission, and they voted recommended approval by a vote of 6-1 to approve the property's rezone. That concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here, and staff will answer any questions that you may have also. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Mr. Morris. Are there any initial questions of Mr. Morris or the applicant from any members of the council?
Can you clarify exactly what the intention is going to be for this piece of property?
The applicant's letter of intent is for a storage yard. They have, I believe he has a construction company and he wants to use open storage, which is an allowed use in the light industrial zoning district.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from members of the council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Lane.
Just clarifying, when you say storage, you're talking open storage, not storage units.
That is correct. Although if it was rezoned to light industrial does allow storage units. Thank you.
Yeah, and the letter of intent in the packet is a storage yard for construction materials. All right, are there any other questions or comments? Councilmember Campbell?
When it comes to that, is that the intention to store the construction materials that they're going to soon to be using to develop this?
Yeah, I believe the applicant is here. Yes, good evening. Mr.
evening.
Lunsford, is it Lunsford?
Yes,
Yeah.
Andrew Lunsford.
Yeah, welcome. If you could answer that question.
It is for construction. We've been in Havasu for 31 years. We build homes. So it would be construction for future building.
Thank you. I thought at first it was meant for later be changed into the multifamily, but no, this is totally different.
Yes.
And hello, by the way, I didn't see you hiding behind there.
Great. Any other questions or comments of the applicant? Well, thank you for being here, Mr. Lunsford. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Yes, please. Just make your way to the podium.
Wanted to ask, this is not for a future building?
Mrs. Jones, please into the microphone so the folks at home. Thank you.
Is this not for future building or anything like that? Is there a way to commit that it'll only be for your storage, for your company?
I've been here 31 years.
Mr. Lunsford, if you can get on the microphone. Yeah, sorry.
I've been here 31 years. We've had multiple lumberyards through the times. Right now we're renting. We're about to lose our rent due to kind of like everybody else losing their homes because they can't afford anything. Anywhere in Lake Havasu where we've tried to buy a piece of property, we couldn't afford. So this was the only piece of property that we could afford. So my intention is to have a open storage yard for our future lumberyard.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is there a way to keep it at that, where you word it in, if you approve it, that you keep it at that so there's not more storage units or any of the rest of that?
No, it's a request to move to light industrial. So all uses in light industrial would be allowed in that with the action today. So.
All right.
All right. Any other comments or questions from citizens? We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for further discussion or possible motion.
Mayor, motion.
Councilmember Lane.
I move to adopt ordinance number 20-1273, rezoning the property at 2200 Victoria Farms Road, APN 120-03-024, a 10-acre meets and bounds parcel from agricultural preservation district to light industrial district.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Lane and a second from Councilmember Dolan. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Lunsford. Now, item 8.5. Yeah, I'm sorry, we have to be on the microphone, please. Yeah, so we can't have side conversations during the meeting. All right, 8.5 is adopt ordinance number 21-1274, amending Title 14, Zoning Development Code, Section 14.03.02, Table 3-1, Permitted Use Table, to remove self-storage, mini-storage from the list of permitted uses in the General Commercial C2 Mixed Use General, MUG, and Commercial Southgate, CSGD districts. Mr. Moore.
Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you. A little background information. Lake Havasu City has processed many applications for storage unit projects over the past few years. The City Council has expressed concerns regarding prime commercial properties used for storage unit developments. Further, Council stated publicly that the north and south entrances of the city should be protected. As a result, planning staff reviewed the current code relative to self-storage, mini-storage, which I'll call storage units, and where they are permitted throughout the community. Storage units are currently allowed in 5 zoning districts. They're the Mixed Use General, which is MUG, Commercial Southgate, CSGD, General Commercial, C2 zoning, Light Industrial, which is LI, and the Industrial, which is the I zoning, as shown in the table below. Staff has initiated this proposed text amendment to allow for discussion of the topic and possibly modify the permitted uses table to eliminate storage units from the following zoning districts: General Commercial, Mixed Use General, and Commercial Southgate. The proposed discussion does not look at eliminating them from light industrial or industrial. It proposes to have them remain as allowed uses in those 2 zoning districts. Now, if you don't mind, we'll go through. We can go through the different areas of town where there's zoning for storage units currently, starting at the north end of town. So here at the north end by Retail Center Boulevard, by the shops at Lake Havasu City, you'll see the C2 zoning, which allows storage units currently. There's light industrial and industrial over on Victoria Farms Road in Chenoweth, which certainly could allow storage units. I have another layer here that shows developed property. It shows the topography, the aerial photograph, so you can see which areas maybe have development on them. So starting at the north end of town, the shops at Lake Havasu, and then out Victoria Farms Road and Wayland Drive. And then down here south a little more up by Chenoweth where Lowe's is, and then the properties just south of car dealerships are zone C2. If we go to the central part of the city, I'm going to go to the next property here. So this purple is light industrial, and then there's a lot of light industrial along Lake Havasu Avenue, College Drive, and along Kiowa Boulevard. And then there's some node of C2 along Country Shire Industrial in Kiowa in this portion of town, and again more light industrial, and then some C2 going along Acoma Boulevard. And then what we're calling the central, south central portion of town, along Mesquite, Lake Havasu Avenue, there's a node of C2. And then along London Bridge Road, there's a hotel and a strip there that's zone C2. And then as you go farther north on London Bridge Road, there's a little node near El Camino Drive and a little bit along the area of London Bridge Road. And if we look at, we're calling the east side of town, this is where McCulloch Boulevard and Jamaica Boulevard intersect. There is where the Elks Service Group headquarters is. There's a node of C2 commercial there currently. And then on the south side, there's this dark green is the commercial Southgate zoning. And then there's a little bit of C2 general commercial mixed in on the south side of Sweetwater. So along Sweetwater, there is some commercial Southgate, and then along Maricopa Avenue, there's a lot of commercial Southgate zoning district, which allows the storage units. There are a couple areas of mixed-use general. They're a little scattered around town. The largest one is mixed-use general here at Industrial and London Bridge Road. Was recently owned by the state. They sold it at auction and it got rezoned to mixed-use general for that property. And then there's also a mixed-use general, a couple nodes up Cherry Tree Boulevard and Havasu Foothills Estates. There's an existing storage unit here on this mixed-use general, and then there's two nodes, properties zone mixed-use general further up Cherry Tree Boulevard. And then finally along in the Havasu Riviera property, there's a mixed-use general property along Havasu Riviera Parkway, and then a mixed-use general planned development node here on the eastern portion of Havasu Riviera. So those are the different areas of town that have zonings that could be used currently for storage units. The Planning Commission heard this request at its October 20th meeting and recommended approval by a vote of 6-1 to remove self-storage units from the C2, the commercial Southgate district, but to continue to allow them in the mixed-use general district. One Planning Commission member, Bergen, provided the lone dissenting vote. He explained that he voted against the motion because he was in favor of also limiting self-storage from the mixed-use general storage zoning district. So really it was everyone was in favor of eliminating or reducing the storage units. One of them thought it should be more restrictive than the other 6 thought it should be. Based on the comments made at that public hearing, the commission members generally felt that storage facilities could be removed from the C2 and the Southgate district to encourage other types of commercial development in those zoning districts. Its motion to leave the mixed-use general district as allowable location suggests storage units may be appropriate in that mixed-use general zoning district. The suggested motion in your packet reflects the commission's recommendation to remove the use from the commercial C2 and the commercial Southgate districts, but to continue to allow them in the mixed-use general districts, and of course, allow them still to remain in light industrial and industrial districts. Of course, the council has the ability to approve or deny self-storage units as a permitted use within any or all the zoning districts mentioned in this report. A little more information about effective dates and some vesting. Typically, 30 days after the approval by City Council, an ordinance goes into effect. So there's usually a waiting time of 30 days. The council, of course, may adopt an ordinance with an effective date greater than 30 days if they wish. And as far as vesting for projects, if an application is submitted prior to the effective date of your code change, if it has a complete building permit application, it's vested if it's received before the effective date of the code change. If it has an approved design review, then that project is vested for 1 year. If it has an approved plan development rezone, then it's vested for a period of 3 years. As far as current projects that we know of right now that have been either have design reviews submitted or have a plan development rezone submitted, there are a few of them. There's one at 30 Retail Center Boulevard up by the shops at Lake Havasu. It's a C2 zone property. There's 6 buildings in there with a total of 123 units proposed. There's also 80 Retail Center Boulevard, which is next to a Home Depot. It's also zone C2. It has 7 buildings and about 208 units. There's a small one at 2010 Chaparral Drive, which is C2 zone. It's got 2 buildings and 7 units proposed. And then there's a 7,000 Cherry Tree Boulevard. It's a mixed-use general zone with 2 buildings and 29 units. And then there's a current plan development rezone request to rezone from residential multiple family plan development to a C2 plan development, specifically to allow storage units. That's at 3200, 3208 Sweetwater Avenue. It has 2 buildings, it's approximately 60 units. The Planning Commission heard this and recommended approval on their November 17th meeting. The City Council will hear this item on their December 14th meeting, so that's coming up. As far as those locations where there's design review or plan development, here's the map. So there's design review for one at Retail Center Boulevard, another larger one next to Home Depot on Retail Center Boulevard. And then the little one on Chaparral is off of Acoma and Chaparral. It's a small development. And then in Lake Havasu, on Foothills Estates, there's a phase 2 of a toy storage up there that is another one proposed. That's in the mixed use general. And then the final one, which is the planned development rezone request, is on the south side of town, across from Bashes, and next to there's a residential condominium project there, and that's the final one that we're aware of. So that concludes staff's presentation. Of course, open any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. On the slide that you showed, the projects that are in process right now, are those all vested? Then based on the vesting schedule you reviewed?
There are 3 in design review have not been vested. They've not been completed, have not gone through design review yet. They're in the process of being reviewed. This one for the PD rezone is in progress. Obviously, the Planning Commission heard this and they recommended approval. It'll come to you and make a decision on December 14th meeting.
Okay.
They're asking specifically to allow storage units, as the plan development gives them that opportunity to request a certain type of use that may not be allowed in that zoning district. They anticipating, I believe, the City Council's probably maybe limiting or eliminating storage units from C2, made that request to try to get ahead of it a little bit to make them, they requested that C2 zoning to specifically allow storage units as a planned development, and they're hoping that that will gain traction and the City Council would approve it as they would. If let's say storage units weren't allowed in C2 right now, someone could come forward with a request to rezone a property to C2 with a planned development to allow storage units. And then based on the merit and how it fits in the neighborhood, the City Council may deem to approve that, something like that. So you would think of it that way. If this gets approved and it gets removed, storage units are removed from C2, the process that they're going through right now would still allow them to get C2 with the City Council's approval and have storage units on it. So hopefully I'm explaining that well enough.
Yeah, thank you. That's actually very good clarifying information. Are there any other questions of Mr. Morris? Councilmember Lynn?
The slide that you have up right now with the PD rezone, what is that zoned at right now?
That's zoned multiple family plan development. It was a phase of the condominiums there that never happened. It got abandoned from that condominium project, and it didn't happen. It's a multiple family PD rezone that didn't come to fruition.
Okay, I think I'm confused. So this won't change. This won't change. There's no storage units can go right there, right?
That's a subject for your next city council meeting. They're asking to come forward with a rezone for that property to allow storage units. Right now, it's vacant property, and it's currently zoned it's currently zoned multiple family plan development.
Okay. So this isn't, what we're doing tonight doesn't have anything to do with that.
This will not do anything with this property, correct?
Okay. And then do you have a map with the mixed use general district? Do you have one general one or no? You just showed us different ones. You showed us one in Cherry Tree, then you showed us one, I think, down London Bridge Road.
Yes. We go up here. So there's one in Havasu Riviera. And then there's a mixed-use general plan development also in Havasu Riviera property.
So they could still put storage units up there?
The motion before you is to allow them to remain here. Of course, you could decide however the council wants to move forward with that. And then the other mixed-use, there's another mixed-use general up in Havasu Foothills Estates. And then mixed-use general at Industrial and London Bridge Road.
So the council, if they wanted to, they could change that like Mr. Bergeron wanted to?
It's certainly your prerogative, yes.
Okay, thank you. I kind of want to agree with Mr. Bergeron on that.
Well, of course, I'm going to go completely the other direction. Mayor, do you mind?
Yeah, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Please. Yeah, proceed.
I kind of feel this is another step in government overreach. This may increase the cost of storage units to a point that they'll be completely unaffordable for people in Lake Havasu City. I know many businesses that use storage units throughout the community to store their supplies. And I know that they also store all their boats and vehicles and RVs, which also bring lots and lots of revenues to our community. And these properties have been owned by individuals who have been paying their property taxes maybe for upwards of 30 years or longer. And as much as we don't like storage units and we don't like the way they look, I'm hoping that maybe we can do a better job on design review. I understand both dynamics of a government wanting less storage units and more retail, commercial, and industrial. It makes sense. But again, this is personal property that we're dealing with here, that they had the right to do those businesses in those zones, and that is my concern.
Yeah, through this process, anyone that owns a parcel with the C2 parcel, then come back to council with a plan development, which gives actually the planning and zoning and the council some leeway on what type of design review you want, finishes and those types of things. So that's still a mechanism that's built in there. But any other comments? Councilmember Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at the projects now that Mr. Morris had up there, to me, that's the prime reason that we need to have this ordinance. That's some of our prime retail locations. And so I definitely think we need to limit these types of storage units out of C2. Right now, I get comments all the time from the public, why are you guys allowing them to build storage units on that piece of property? And we have no say-so. It's zone Z2, C2. Therefore, if they want to build a storage unit there, they can. And some of it, as I just said, is our best commercial properties. And I agree with Councilmember Lynn and Mr. Bergen. I myself would like to see it not allowed in the mixed use general either. So thank you for that.
Yeah, any additional comments from members of the council? When it comes to mixed use general, from my perspective, other than the parcel on London Bridge Road, those are in HOA based communities. And so if they are looking to have a place to build storage units for their mixed use development, then I support that. I mean, the HOA will have to answer to folks if they don't want those in that neighborhood. Otherwise. So, but a lot of HOAs have restrictions on what can be parked in in driveways or areas, and so that might be their solution to solve that. But that's my perspective on the mixed use general. Again, with the exception of that parcel on London Bridge Road. Councilmember Lane,
if I may, and I think Luke said this. Even if we deny, take it off the table for mixed use general, if somebody owned that piece of property like a homeowners association, if they came to us and requested to put storage units on that piece of property or rezone that piece of property and do a planned development that would allow storage units in there, depending on the way they landscape it and all that, we would have the option to allow them to do that at a later date. Is that correct?
That is correct. They'd go through the rezone process, in this case, a planned development. Typically, that would be they'd submit the site plan, building elevations for review, and it would go before the Planning Commission for a recommendation, and go on to City Council for your final determination through that process. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the City Council on this matter? We do have, I believe, maybe somebody on Zoom potentially that might want to address the council. I'm not sure if in the control room, if that's the case or not. Oh, yes, it is. You're on mute. Oh, you're still on mute. If you could just take the mute off your phone. Yes. Oh, there you go.
Is that good now?
Yes. Good evening. Welcome. You can just state your
Good
name.
evening.
Just state your name for the record and then your comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Joanna Pellerito, and I represent Stephen J. Pelazzola, who is attempting to reinstate the property he has on Sweetwater back to C2 zoning for a PUD. And thank you very much for hearing me today. I did send out an email to the City Council, and I'm going to reference it and read just a little bit of it to all of you. I would ask you to please consider protecting our property rights, as well as the consideration of the financial investment and tax expense these property owners have had to incur on their land for the past 30 years or more. We believe land ownership should still be heard, and landowners should still be heard and have a say in the uses of their property when a long-standing zoning change is proposed. Also, the time and expense of lawyers, plans, surveys, engineering, etc., that has been paid out moving forward on projects the City and PZ Board have recommended. The City and the Planning and Zoning Department has supported our PUD during our entire process. They have and still stand by the recommendation of our project and reinstatement of our original C2 zoning. We had no idea this storage unit ban was being proposed until just recently. You can imagine our shock. Jim Harris, Chad Nelson, Mr. Mitchell, Dave, and one other member at the P&Z meeting brought up a grace period for landowners who are actively working towards storage unit approval in C2 areas. All of the above parties felt and put on record that they felt 30 days would be insufficient. They stated it was up to the City Council to include that additional grace period in their motion. They talked about maybe 60 or 90 days. On record during the October P&Z board meeting, the city attorney suggested 60, 90, maybe 180-day period the City Council could extend for these folks who are in motion or vested. She felt it would be fair that they would be given the time to complete the process. Maybe after that time, prohibit or ban future projects that are already underway. If you approve tonight, we respectfully request to please delay the effective date for 60 to 90 days or longer. It would be a true hardship if this took effect in 30 days, as it would be impossible for ours or some projects to move forward, as it takes 30 days after your verbal approval for it to be in effect. I would like to read just a statement from our attorney in Phoenix, who did listen to the recording from the P&Z meeting, where the city attorney did suggest the P&Z board consider the 60, 90, maybe 100-day period. His statement is, I definitely agree with the city attorney's position that it would be great to be fair. My client and others whose applications are already being processed with the city, in the case of my client for several months and having received P&Z zoning, should be granted at least a 90 to 120-day grace period, preferably 120 days. This is from Jim Byrne. He is our attorney in Phoenix. Thank you for your time and consideration. If you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. All right.
I'm in Detroit and it's 24 degrees. Wish I was there.
Yes, you do, based on weather.
Yes.
Would anyone else like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. I could support a longer time frame than the 30 days. So I can support the 60 or 90 days that's requested if that's the will of the council. Councilmember Moses, did you have some comments?
Mayor,
Yes.
I kind of concur with that notion. I think 90 days is a reasonable amount of time to let everybody get their ducks in a row and adjust course. I mean, bottom line is we want to instill that there's a level of certainty, and to just move the goalpost within 30 days of anybody who's developing within our town is unfair. So, and I do agree, but by keeping it in mixed use general too. I agree with the homeowner, the association that they're creating will be the ultimate governor of whether or not boat storage units should be allowed in their within their area.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Campbell?
Mayor, I'm just going to reiterate that these are people's personal properties, that they were aware that maybe even in 2 years from now, maybe they're waiting for construction to calm down, watch the supply houses, that they had intention to put these in. And I also am worried about potential legal issues down the line with these that we don't need to be in the middle of. So I think the timing of this is kind of interesting. And I, again, wish that you guys could understand my position here about, as Joanna made the comment, these are property right issues, and people have the right to their properties, and especially properties that were zoned a certain way. I own a development at the end of Shimawavy, and due to construction and everything else, we haven't been developing it. I'd hate later for somebody to come along now that I've spent all this money and say, nope, you can't do that anymore. So because I'm a developer and I guess an investor, I take these property right issues a little more personally.
Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Moses?
To that note, we're not saying no. They can always come for an approval from council. So it's never a no. It's always just a come check with us.
Yeah, any other comments? All right, I entertain a motion from the council. If there's any further discussion.
I'd make a motion with the caveat of the 90-day grace period. You want me to just say that at the end?
Yeah, I think that would work. Yes.
I move to adopt ordinance number 21.
If we could, it looks like Ms. Gary has a comment.
When you make the motion with respect to the effective date, it's not a grace period. It just will be the effective date will be 90 days from adoption tonight. It's not a grace period. It's just the effective date that we're setting.
Thank you for clarification, Kelly. Mayor, so I move to adopt ordinance number 21-1274, amending Title 14, Zoning Development Code, Section 14-03-02, Table 3-1, Permitted Use Table to remove self-storage, mini-storage from the list of permitted uses in the general commercial and commercial Southgate districts to go into effect 90 days from now.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Moses and a second from Councilmember Dolan. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we're ready to vote. Oh.
Motion carries 5-2.
Yes.
All right, item 8.6 is award task order agreement number 1 to the Master Professional Services Agreement with Nara Sham Consulting Services for the Booster Station 5A upgrades project. I believe, Mr. Sloan, are you going to introduce Mr. Bajalan?
I am. Good afternoon or evening, Mayor and Council. I did want to take a moment just to introduce Haider Bajalan. He's our new project manager in Public Works. Haider has 17 years of experience in construction and project management, and we're excited to have him on our team. And with that, I will turn it over to Haider to give the presentation on this item.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Excellent. Welcome. If you could just, there's a microphone button. It should be green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council Member. It's my pleasure to be here today. And really, I'm proud and happy to serve the community of Lake Havasu City. And I'm here today to introduce one of the most important capital improvement projects, which is Booster Station 5A. This is a picture took from GIS. It shows just the location for the project, which is located in 4168 Coles Drive. And I took some pictures in the situ. It shows the old pneumatic tank installed in 1988. And this is the pictures for the whole booster stations. It shows the pumps that's installed also in 1988. And this project, the purpose for it is actually entails new booster pumps with variable frequency drives, new valves, piping for the new pump installation, and pump controls and instruments. Replace the existing electrical and SCADA systems with the new systems, including a new emergency generator and automatic transfer switch. Replace the existing hydropneumatic tank with 2 new tanks. Public Works has negotiated a fee of $138,770 with NCS for these professional service. Funding is budgeted and available in the CIP Irrigation and Drainage District Fund. The design were required 150 calendar days for the completion. Thank you, and I'm open for any questions.
Excellent. Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Bajalan? For any members of the council? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council in this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion or possible motion.
Mayor, I motion.
Okay.
I motion to move to award task order agreement number 1 to the Master Professional Service Agreement with Narcimium Consulting Services Incorporated, for the Booster Station 5A upgrade project in the amount of $138,707. $70.
We have a motion from Councilmember Campbell.
And a second.
Okay, and a second from Councilmember Moses. I wasn't sure if I heard one or not. So, all right, Councilmember Campbell made the motion. Councilmember Moses made a second. Is there any additional comments or questions? All right, we are ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Great.
Thank you very much, and have a great Thanksgiving holiday.
You too. Thank you and welcome. Item 8.7 is discussion regarding the Lake Havasu City Code, Chapter 2.04, Administration and City Council, Council request, and public requests. Ms. Williams.
Mayor and City Council, this is to discuss the City Code Chapter 2.04 regarding council and public requests. As part of the City Code Title II, Chapter 2.04 identifies several City Council processes, including elected officers and council composition, filling of vacancies, oath of office, financial disclosure statements, council meetings, quorum and attendance, chairperson's roles and responsibilities, agendas, order of business, council and public requests, minutes, staff reports and recommendations, rules of order, public comments, and ordinances and resolutions. So some history and background on this particular section of Chapter 2.04 that had dealing with the council and public requests. A presentation and discussion regarding the Lake Havasu City Code Title II, Chapter 2.04, was given at the City Council planning session on January 24th, 2019. The presentation reviewed current processes and examples, suggested changes from staff that really focused on Section 2.04290, which is the public requests, 2.04.280, council requests, 2.04.500, which is the call to the public. A new call to the public speaker request form was also discussed, and which is being used today, and review of the council communication or the written report that's provided in the council packets. So on March 12th, 2019, an ordinance was introduced, ordinance number 19-1214, amending Chapter 2.04 with the changes as discussed at the planning session. This was brought back on March 26th, 2019, and was adopted, amending the section of 2.04. At the council meeting on October 26, 2021, a future discussion item was requested regarding this ordinance concerning council and public requests. So the following slides will review the prior and current processes for those council and public requests, so the 290 and 280, with those changes as they were adopted in ordinance number 19-1214. So I'm going to start with 2.04.290, which is the public requests. The top portion is the prior process, so prior to that ordinance being adopted. And then the bottom portion is the current process, and that's highlighted in red were the changes that were made, and the whole thing is currently in the code today. This portion of the code was changed to provide more detail as the type of request the public is required to submit, the review of the request, and clarified the agenda meeting date. Sorry, am I going too fast on the slides? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. The next section is 2.04.280, which is council requests. Again, the top portion was the prior process before the council adopted 19-1214. The bottom portion has the changes that were made, those are identified in red. This section was changed to provide several ways that a council member could request an agenda item, and also added a similar process, kind of mirrored what the board requests process looked like as well. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We can go back and kind of take a look at those. I know I went through the last two slides pretty quickly, so we could take a look at those and go through the prior and current processes if there's any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Yes, so we'll open it up to questions, comments, thoughts from members of the council, or if you would like Ms. Williams to go back to any of the items in more detail.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
can I just suggest we put that last one up there? There's a lot of information. I'm not sure that everybody in the audience had a chance to read it. Thank you.
And I did want to add that included in your council packet were the planning session minutes from the January 24th meeting, the ordinance with the track changes for 19-1214, and also the council meeting minutes from the adoption of the ordinance. I also handed out an attachment today that was some examples of council request processes in other cities and towns. This is the same attachment that was provided during the planning session as well.
Councilmember Campbell?
Mayor, as you know, that this was one of my discussion items that I brought up, and I'm seeing here City Code 2.04.280. I would like to request that you go back to your item, which is the actual original strike-through portion. So if you go back to your legislation, obviously you guys hopefully have it in front of you, which is the original ordinance number 19.214, the original one. And you will see the actual strike-throughs which were written. If it's underlined, for many of you that don't know, if it's underlined, that means that's an add to this section. A strike-through means that that was the previous verbiage, and since then it's been changed and altered to others. As I realized this, it was through a process where I motioned to discuss putting an item on the agenda, and then later it was denied. When I reached out to council, Mrs. Geary, she did inform me that the current code, the way it's written, doesn't have any final jurisdiction of who's right or who's wrong. Who gets that agenda item on the council, which was incredibly concerning to me. If you didn't do it yet, I would really love, this is just a discussion, so I ask you to please go through the original, not what we have in front of us, but the actual original and the strike-throughs, and how so many things have changed there. I'd also like to mention, if you would please take the time to review the minutes to the meeting. And as I reviewed the minutes to the meeting, after I watched the workshop, it was clearly obvious that the council and the city attorney were not interested in making the items on the agenda more restrictive. Many people here made lots of comments in regards to it, and not one of them said we wanted to make this more difficult. I think each and every one of them that I heard in the minutes said they wanted to make it easier. So why are we sitting here today looking at a agenda item that makes everything more difficult? It's become more restrictive. As again, I offered a basic idea that I was hoping that was going to be presented here, but instead I hope you guys looked at your Thursday email that you received from Kelly Gary in regards to an updated agenda item request. And I know where your concerns are. You don't want all these agenda items placed on the evening and keep going on about all this other crazy stuff. So I am all for a council member being able to motion to place an item on the agenda. I think the whole have to discuss it. Here's a good example of it. We've just motioned to discuss it. It's still not even on the agenda. That's fine. We're having a good conversation. I do appreciate that process for sure. So the second, I think that if a council member places an item on the agenda and another council member seconds it, that's a big majority of the board that actually would like to have the one-on-one discussion with the people in our community. As you saw tonight, we had numerous call to the publics, and what did we have to say over and over? I'm sorry, we cannot have a two-way conversation. If you would do me a favor and go back to where public, go back to the original code, not this one, but the original code on your actual strike-throughs, so the ordinance, and go to the final one, it says public requests. And what I'm reading, if interested party is interested in placing an item on the agenda, The city manager or designee will research the request to determine if it can be handled administratively or requires city council action. If it's determined that the matter should be placed before the city council, the city manager will ensure that the documentation, if any, is compiled and any necessary materials forwarded to the city clerk in the same manner as the other are presented in the city council. And the city clerk shall place them on the agenda. The next available regular meeting agenda. If the city manager determines the matter is no longer appropriate to place on the council agenda, the city clerk shall notify the citizens that the request will not be placed on the agenda and provide any additional information. On Thursday's email that you received was just a copy of an idea that I came across. Through this process, I searched all these different cities, and what we received in front of us today seemed like cities that made it harder for people to get on the agenda than so-called what ours is. I call this the people's house. I believe that I was elected to speak for them. And I believe that if they feel strongly enough about something, that I should be able to motion to put it on the agenda. And if I get another council, I've already said that, but I'm reiterating how important it is to me. So on the original that I sent out to Kelly Gary to send out to all of you, I'm not saying that anybody from the public should just be able to put anything on the agenda. I like the process that if somebody in our community or an organization feels very strongly about something, that they can come to one of their city council members, the mayor, or the city manager, and request that they want their agenda on the item on the agenda, excuse me. And that person needs to sponsor it. And if you did me a favor and actually looked at the whole ordinance that I put in front of you, it was extremely clean documentation that gives even a whole sheet of what's proper etiquette inside of our public house. That's what I'm gonna call it. It's our home. This is what we're here for, is to talk to the citizens and do what's best for them. So again, I hope I did a better job clarifying why I found this to be quite important. And if all else, please look at the open to the public, the agenda items for the public. They're very important to me. And also what city attorney mentioned, that at this current code, it's up to the city manager's jurisdiction what actually ends up. If there's a confusion or a disagreement, it is the city manager that makes that jurisdiction. And this is the way I read it, and I did pass it on to a lot of people and past mayors and others, and they found it very important that we get our control back as city council people and make sure that our voice is heard above everybody else. Thank you again.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Campbell. When we first did this back in 2019, the whole intent was to make it easier and more open and more transparent for everybody to get something on the agenda. So prior to that, the mayor had that opportunity to control that the agenda. I gave that up so that any council member could put something on. So it made it easier for that. But if somebody were to go through the way the code's written today to the city manager, and the city manager determined through evaluation that it wasn't appropriate to put on an agenda, that citizen still has us. There's the 7 of us. So they come to one of us and we put it on the agenda to ensure that it happens under the way the code's written today. I'm open. Whatever the council is good with, that feels that we're going to be open and transparent, that the public can have items heard, I'm game. So I just wanted to clarify that what we have in front of us. Also, just to clarify, you mentioned it's an ordinance. It's actually just a request form. And fantastic. So if that's something we agree that we would like to use a request form, we could do so and change the ordinance in a future meeting. Today's conversation is just that. It's a discussion among council. And there's a few outcomes. We could be happy with what it is we have today. The code stays the same. we could give direction to staff to make changes or bring back something so that we can update the ordinance or the code, and be able to make sure that everyone feels that they have a voice, which I know is the intent. Reading the minutes from all of the minutes, being involved in the process, that was 100% the intent, was to make it easy for folks to be able to do that and not create roadblocks. So with that being said, Councilmember Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was here and was part of those meetings, so I can kind of let you know my thoughts on it. When we did this, exactly what Councilmember Campbell said, we wanted to make this as easy on people as possible. So if any person, any citizen wants to have an item placed on the agenda, they can come into City Hall, they can make that request through the city manager's office, and they will either take care of the problem, because sometimes people come and they want something put on the agenda, it's not appropriate to be put on the agenda. The city manager can actually take care of the issue right then and there. So why wait 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks to have it put on the agenda? He can fix the issue. If the city manager determines that it's not proper to be put on the agenda, but the person still feels that it should be on the agenda, that's when they get a hold of their elected official. They don't have to fill out a form. They don't have to submit any documentation. They get a hold of one of their city council members. We're all open to anybody that wants to come out and talk to us. My cell phone number is published in the paper every week. You can get a hold of me at any time. If the city council member feels that it is appropriate to be put on the agenda, they can bring it up at a city council meeting. And if a second city council member says, I agree, we should talk about that, then it's put on a future agenda. No ifs, ands, or buts. It cannot be denied after that point. The city manager, and I've had people call me on this, the city manager does not have the authority nor the legal, we can even ask the city attorney this, does not have the authority or the legal responsibility to tell a city council member, no, you can't put it on the agenda. If the city council member says it's going to be on a future agenda and a second council member agrees to that, it shall be put on a future agenda. Am I right, Ms. City Attorney?
Yes and no. And just so the record is clear, my interpretation of 204-280A1, and that's when there's a motion and a second, the language is just that the requesting council member will work with the city manager to determine the best course of action for handling the request. And that's it. I mean, that's all that's provided in the ordinance. There is no final say as far as city manager versus a council member. So that's just the plain language of the ordinance. So in no way does that mean that the city manager has a final determination in the interpretation of that section. So they're supposed to work together to determine the best course of action for handling the request. If they are unable to come to a conclusion, then I'm assuming that's when the council member would go to another council member or go to the mayor to express that we're not finding a resolution under this section, and then you will proceed that way. But it wouldn't be just the city manager said no, and I have absolutely no recourse under this section. That's not the interpretation.
Right, that's my question. Can the city manager tell a city council member they can't put something on the agenda? And no, they cannot, or no, he cannot. And we have the final say-so, because if we're unhappy with him, we fire him. Plain and simple.
Mr. Mayor.
So having a form, I don't think we need to make it any more difficult. I mean, it's pretty simple. Call us. If you need something on the agenda, call us. Every item, with the exception of one, that I know that Ms. Campbell has requested to be on a future agenda has been. There's one item that wasn't, but that's because there was no second on that. But all the other ones, you were able to. Am I correct?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Dolan?
Just want to add to that. I do think we have a working ordinance right now. I think the concern we have was the motion that Councilmember Campbell made to, if possible, move the agenda item up. It was already on it. It was already a scheduled agenda item, and we wanted, which was not the next meeting, but it was the following meeting. She made the motion she'd like to move it up to the following meeting. I seconded that motion for that reason. If we could get them to come in 2 weeks earlier, great. It was already an agenda item. That's why I, as a co-sponsor of the agenda item, I didn't have an issue with it, because yes, I wanted to get them here 2 weeks early if possible. We were unable to get them, so it was still on the agenda. So to say that your agenda item was denied. It wasn't denied, it was already planned. So I guess that's the concern I'm having is there's not some conspiracy that we're not putting stuff on. It was already on the agenda. It's just you wanted to speed it up by 2 weeks and the consultant couldn't be here. So that's why it didn't make it on the very next agenda item. But I don't think there's anything in the wording of this ordinance that says if you request an agenda item that it has to be on the immediately next meeting. It's still up to staff needs time to prepare to get us the information that we need. So as someone that seconded that, that was my understanding at the time. Yes, I agreed with you 100%. It was very important. We needed to get it on the agenda. It was already on the next agenda, but if we could get it earlier, I 100% support that. Let's put pressure on them to get them here 2 weeks early. If they couldn't, okay, it was already on the next agenda. We addressed it, so I don't think it wasn't ignored. There's a process that went with it as well, so.
Just so you know that I repeated myself several times, my motion was to stop the water rate study and retro it back to July 1st until we could get the consultants here and have our time. So it was literally to stop the water rate study. It definitely was not the same as having a discussion with the consultant. So, and I think Mayor even asked me to repeat that twice. And I'm going to just take a moment here and I'm going to read this out loud. And it says, again, this was the original. Any member of the council may request that an item be placed on the agenda for consideration, discussion, and or legal action by making a request during the future agenda items during the meeting. Period. That's about as easy as you can get. The strike through and the replacement turned into making a motion and receiving a second, no vote necessary. During the future discussion items, portions of the city council meeting, and then the requesting council member will work with the city manager to determine the best course of action for handling the request, or submitting a written request to the mayor, and the mayor will work with the city council members and the city manager to determine the best course of action for handling this request. So I'm really having a hard time trying to be convinced that somehow this was better. And now I'm hearing that I was just requesting for people to be here sooner. That was absolutely not my request. My request over and over was to stop the agenda item, retro back to July 1st. Maybe if we had that discussion, they could have told me that there was this 90-day leeway and we could have had this open conversation. That would have been nice, but they didn't. I never had a discussion with city manager. I waited for the agenda items to come up. My item wasn't on the agenda. I then was given all the information that's sitting in front of me that the agenda had been changed the way we did it. I mean, this bylaw, yeah, okay.
The ordinance,
okay,
yes.
Ordinance was changed. And then I realized at that time that this could be a problem. I reached out to a lot of citizens in our community and they all had the same concerns.
Okay, so do you have a recommendation of what you would like to see done that would make it alleviate those concerns that you have?
I would like to recommend that it goes back to the way it was originally because it was nice and clean, number one. And number two, I would like to recommend that we add, other than open to the public requests, the form is very easy to understand. And if you guys actually looked at it and scrolled all the way to the bottom, you could see that it was really informative for the public as well, letting them know what's right or wrong. I like to have the conversations with my constituents, and I have told some of them, I'm sorry, I cannot support that. There are other times that the only time I didn't get a second was when maybe I would have voted for it, maybe I wouldn't have. But the reason why we're all here is to have open conversations, and that's what I love. And when I didn't get the second for that because nobody seemed interested in bringing up the topic, it ended right there. And I respect that. If that's the way the policies went, if I didn't get a second because not even one other person was interested in this discussion, it goes away. But in the meantime, sometimes as council people, we have to be held really accountable. And sometimes it's letting the public know which way our views are, unless you're hiding behind them. I'm not assuming anybody's doing that, but I really don't think that this ordinance, the way it was changed, is in the best interest of our community. And literally after listening to the workshop, I didn't hear anybody saying that they wanted all this verbiage in there.
Yeah, so just to clarify then, so what you're asking for is that if it goes back and reverts to the way it was before, is that to get something on the agenda, the mayor, you'd work through the mayor, the clerk through a written request of 4 members of the council.
Where do you see that?
That's the strike-through language on page 2 of the strike-through.
Yeah. 204.208?
Yes.
Right, yep.
Yeah, oh no, 204.110.
Okay, no, that's work session. That's
Yeah,
not
so then you
council
go to
request.
executive session, order of business.
No, just go to council's request. What does it say?
So any member of the council may request an item be placed on the agenda for consideration, discussion, or legal action by making a request during future agenda items during a meeting.
Period.
And then the Lake Havasu, yeah, period. It does say, yeah, period at there without the
And
additional
legal
language.
action means legal action. Legal action means putting it on the agenda if we feel strong enough, or we could have a discussion.
Sure.
Those are these 2 options we can go.
You're specific just to 0.280.
Yeah, my most important on all of these is the boards are different, but the 2 things that are important: how the council is allowed to speak for their citizens, and number 2, how the citizens can have an open conversation with us.
Yes.
Those are my 2 priorities. And I've given options, but that's what I feel strongly about. And to say that this ordinance actually got easier is incorrect.
Mayor, can I make one statement? Just a clarification. So if we revert back to how the language was written, so any member of the council may request that an item be placed on the agenda. So the question there is may request. Who are you making that request to? Who grants that request? Who denies that request? So instead of, if that's the direction that council wishes to go, I would suggest revising that language that any member of the council may place an item on an agenda instead of, you're not just requesting it, because who are you requesting it to? I mean, that was the problem with the original language. It was extremely vague. Who are you making that request to and who gets to decide? And so that was one reason why that was changed or wanted to be changed. So if you're going that direction, let's make it clear that one motion and they're placing an item on the agenda.
Well, for discussion, I am very comfortable with the person getting a second. I think that's a strong language as well, because it would be nice to have at least 2 people agreeing to bring it in front of everybody.
And I totally agree, because if you get something totally off the wall and one person can make something totally off the wall and place a bunch of items on the agenda, at least with 2, you're like, okay, I've at least convinced another council member that, yes, this item should be on the agenda. And that's why we kind of went that direction to begin with in 2019.
And in the verbiage, if we're going to discuss the best way to go forward, I would basically say on the public as well, they fill out the form. Of course, the council person brings this to the agenda for, obviously, to put it on the agenda. And it'd be nice to get a second for that too. So then you have a citizen and 2 council members all sponsoring the public's
perfect
choice.
What if we went away from the whole motion and second and we just went to forms? For both, for council, if you want to make a recommendation or a suggestion for an item, you just fill out a form and you submit it. Or as a public person, they have a form and they have to get it sponsored by a council member.
I would rather that on public record.
Okay, just an idea.
Yeah, some of the discussion on the old language, I have an agenda item when I was a council member. I still haven't had it on the agenda yet. So, so that's some of the pitfalls of the old agenda or the old process is I still haven't heard it. So.
Well, after speaking with the past mayor about this, he said we really didn't have a lot of problems in the first place. So I don't know why we went in and changed and altered everything anyways.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah,
and I can explain that too. The way it is, as Ms. Gary said, you could make a request to have something put on the agenda. I made a request to have something put on the agenda, and at that time, the mayor said, no, you cannot. End of story. As a council member, I could not do that. So that item never came before the council. We never had a general discussion, and it was a citizen that brought it to me. If you guys remember, I requested, a citizen brought it up that they didn't want to have exotic circus animals in Lake Havasu, and I requested to have an open discussion about that. And I was told, absolutely not. We will not have that discussion. So it didn't happen. So we did this so that if a council member wants to bring something forward and a second council member seconds it, the mayor can't even tell you no. Mayor can't tell you no. Nobody can tell you no. You get yourself and somebody else, it's going to be discussed. And as the mayor now said, he's still waiting for his item to be discussed, and I guess he could get that done now.
Yeah.
Well, who's responsible for that?
Well, at the time.
I'm not trying to stir anything up. Because believe it or not, I'll admit that times my voice is extremely strong, and this is the overregulated world that we live in. The people's voice is very loud now, is what I'm trying to say. Sometimes I get pretty passionate about it, but as you can hear tonight, I hear from the citizens as well. And I look forward for all of us to be uniting as a staff and a council in a way that we can all let each and every one of our talents shine. So this is really important to me, and I really think it's important to the community. So I would love that we'd had the discussion today. I asked you to review all this stuff that's in front of you, and then hopefully the staff could come back and give us a presentation that we'll all be really proud of. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, Councilman Moses, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sure everybody can tell, but I'm very confused. Nancy, you're in favor of a council member asking for something to be on the agenda and having a second person second that, and then it gets on the agenda, correct?
Well, it states, going back to the way it changed a little bit, you can either ask for a discussion or to be placed for an action item.
Okay.
Okay, you would think there'd be a lot of discussion going on prior to that. So you can ask for a discussion item and then get it second, and then the staff will come together and we'll do what we're doing tonight, which is really great. It's open, everybody knows where we're at. Or we could just say, hey, I've talked to quite a few people and we feel really strong about this. Maybe it would be, I motion to stop the water rate study and retro it back to July 1st, period. You know, that might be really strong, and it would all pass that night as an agenda item, once it was on there, of course.
Okay.
If it's legal to do that, because then it would go into executive session if they thought that maybe this is illegal, or we could actually request an executive session at that time.
Yeah,
that's something you and I just learned about.
Absolutely. Isn't that what we do right now? Like, isn't that what we do? Like, I request for something to be put on the agenda. Somebody else says, good idea, Cameron. I'll second that. And then it gets put on the agenda. Is that not how this reads? Is that not how this is? I just don't understand the nuance of what difference you want to make in this.
I do have a letter from our attorney stating right now there is, if let's just say I asked to discuss this and it goes to staff, and it doesn't go anywhere, like he got in that situation. Who ends up having the end say is what I'm trying to say. We need to put something in there that basically says the council has the right to tell staff, you're putting this on there if you like it or not. I got my first, I got my second. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm just saying it's not okay for the staff to tell the council person they got a first and a second, sorry, it's just not going on there.
Mr. Mayor? I still kind of disagree. We have not had that happen. I guess I want to, and I asked the city attorney this after the meeting, and maybe we can go back and for a learning experience, watch that video, because we say the word motion, but I want to put a topic on the agenda. So I want to talk about repaving Main Street, or I want to paint the airport yellow. I'm not making a motion like I am during a meeting. I make a motion that we put the water rate back study to what it was. So I mean, I think we're using the word motion in two different ways. The motion was to get something on the agenda. We want to get the water rate study on the agenda so we can have the discussion to make a possible motion like you said. If we go back to that meeting, the reason I seconded it was I totally agreed with you. We had a problem, we needed to fix it, we need to get on it as soon as we possible. I wanted to put pressure on the consultants so they know, yes, we're all on board, we need to work on this. The first part was, yeah, I want to get this, can we get on there sooner? So that's why I said, I seconded it to get it on the agenda 1 meeting sooner. Right. Then after that, there was kind of this topic and we had a second and then we had discussion. And then there was, well, I want to make a motion that we revert it back, but it got very confusing. And that's where I just asked the city attorney that when we get in these situations, because I think it was very murky when we left. And I thought you made the motion to revert it, but that's not the time to do it. The time was to request something to be on the agenda. The request was that we put it on the agenda so we can discuss it. And then once we discuss it, we'd make a motion like that. So I think that's where the confusion when this happened. So as far as I was concerned, as somebody that agreed we need to get it on the agenda, it was on the agenda. It was just on the following agenda as planned, and we did it. So
well, then I was motioning discuss to have it on, to stop the rate study. I knew I'd get it on the agenda before we got the discussion, because I really didn't think that night we were going to walk away making a plan. When the consultant came up, I thought we were going to have more conversations, more discussions, because as you know, that night we had like 5 motions on the board. It was all over the place. I don't feel comfortable about it still to this day, how it went. I don't think we did the citizens. I wish we had the information of the consultants, our discussion, and had a little bit more time. So I was hoping for the discussion.
I think we're getting a little too far off in going back and rehashing that. So
okay,
I think everybody understands that, and so let's bring it back to.
I'm not asking for major changes here. I'm asking for some really minor changes.
What specifically? Like, what word do you want to add?
Here, I think I have an idea of what she's, and you can correct me, Nancy, if I'm wrong. So I think she wants it to read, any member of the council may place an item on the agenda for consideration, discussion, or legal action by making a motion and receiving a second, no vote necessary during the future discussion items portion of a city council meeting, period. So that all that takes out, and then requesting council member will work with the city manager to determine the best course of action for handling the request, which will still occur. I mean, please understand, whether we take that language or out, you're going to still have to work with staff because we're going to have to draft the language and draft the materials necessary. Also, the reason that we put in researched further or placed on is sometimes requests are made for items that don't need to come back to you. So like something will come up during a future agenda item and you want to hear it, but it really doesn't, it's not a council item, it's an administrative item, and we can handle it administratively. It doesn't have to come back to you, and that's why that was added on there. But we can take that out, but just that's the reason why it's there. Some things can be handled administratively and some stuff has to come back to council, and that's the reason why that language is in there.
If that's in there, that's fine if it's in there. If at the end there's some sort of solution to the fact that if the staff and I all disagree, but Jim Dolan and I are still wanting that discussion and we want to move it forward, we're going to come to you and have a little bit more conversation other than staff didn't want it.
Mr. Mayor, if I can?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I appreciate the conversations. In the end, the large picture here is that council will determine and direct staff on how to handle how items go on the agenda. The period, end of story. The city manager, staff will never stand in the way of an item that's going to appear on the agenda as long as we're following the process that council puts out there. So I think I want to put that first and foremost. The reason why the language and the intentions of the language and all the conversations that we had that led to the language that's in the ordinance now, that's in the city code, that's law that I have to follow lawfully now, was that council wants staff to prepare the background and information to give to the council so council can make the most educated decision possible when that agenda item comes before council. So that was the conversation that council had at that time to say, 2 members of council want an item on the agenda. Jess, go work with the team, pull the information, get all the background, and allow us to make an informed decision. When I read that language, that's what I see. That's what that is right there. That there's no authoritarian dictatorship on my end to control the agenda or stop how items go on the agenda or any of that. We are stewards of Lake Havasu City. We're doing our best to make sure that we're transparent and embolden the tenets of good government. And that means that we have a conversation in terms of how items go on the agenda. Staff prepares the information and puts council in a good situation to move forward. So in terms of like some of that language at the end where like the city manager and the council member will have a conversation and figure out the next steps, maybe we fine tune that so that there is some closure at the end of that. That's 100%. And I think that's kind of the conversation Councilmember Lane you had with the city attorney. What happens if for some reason the future city manager says, for whatever reason, no, I don't like that what is that? I mean, that's not something that would come out of my mouth. That's not something that would come out of my office. But when you have a code, maybe future players could interpret it that way. So I just kind of want to put that out. So I'm just asking the council that to allow staff the time to do the research, to get the information, to bring it before council so that council can make an informed decision. That's all that is. And if we want to describe that in a different way, perfect. Or if council wants to go in any direction, you can tell me that too. The other portion I want to hit on real quickly is the public requests. So, we have a lot of concerned members of the public that sometimes they have an issue with a pothole. Maybe they have an issue with a noisy neighbor or weeds or too much trash in the neighbor's yard. Maybe we need to look at a speed limit sign. All these things that are operational issues. We have residents all the time that contact the city to ask for that stuff to be handled through an agenda item. So I make contact, the way that language reads is I make contact with that resident and say, tell me your concerns. Let's talk it through. Is there an issue here? Let's address it operationally. Can we handle it today as opposed to 3 weeks from now on an agenda item? That's what that means. That's not me making a decision whether it's appropriate from my personal opinion or my ego or anything else. It's appropriate in terms of should we have a speed limit request sign agenda item, or should the city manager and staff work to figure that out? So that's what that language means. And if we need to tighten it up in a different way so that it reads more clear, or again, if council wants to go in any direction, just let's identify what the guidelines are, what the law is, and staff, myself, and the rest of the staff and the team will follow that law. So I just kind of want to put some out there in terms of the big picture of what's out there. I'm not in the way to stand in anybody's way in terms of the council, certainly. And I'm here to help the citizens the best we can in terms of trying to address their issues as they come up. So what rules do we put in place to make that happen?
With reference to just what you said, obviously if a citizen came to any of us here and said, I have a pothole, we would not immediately sponsor that to be on the agenda. Number one, it says on that form that under the okay of the city manager, mayor, or city council person. So you obviously, if somebody called and said they had a pothole or a street sign or something, I'm sure it would be handled all internally anyways. So to assume that if somebody says they want a pothole on an agenda, it's probably not going to happen.
But that's I'm sorry, Councilmember Campbell, but that's the way the old language read.
Well, that's why I submitted a new version that I thought was very clean. And I just would ask that everybody just review it. It's not perfect. There's obviously some changes. I didn't want to build the form. I was because if everybody votes all this down, what's the point of me putting any more effort into it? So, and again, at the top, it says date received. It says city council hearing date. And I'm a person that puts processes in place that are really transparent and everything's easy. If you read the other one, it's almost confusing for me to read. Like, okay, I call city clerk. Is there a form, or I just tell her and then she tells you? And I like really clean forms. I'm a form girl. I really do. I like to have a paper trail.
Yeah, so if I may, Councilmember Campbell, based on, let's get some feedback from the council so then we can open up the public hearing. So what Ms. Gary read for how to get council requests, does that?
Yes.
Okay, and does the rest of the council, can they support that? That change? Yes, Councilmember.
I fully support that. My only concern is, and I think like I said, I use this example that we just had because this is where the system we're saying didn't work or did it work. The one that we're talking about that didn't work was very time sensitive. So this is for the city attorney, I guess, as far as, well, if we're making, because like I said, we ended up doing an emergency ordinance to even fix this. So if it's just, hey, I want to talk about, future Parks and Rec or something and get something on a future agenda item, I want to get the ball rolling, but it doesn't have to be 2 weeks from now or a month from now. It can be in the process. You guys have time to get everything together. If there is an issue like we had, where it's an emergency situation, how could we at that point have the discussion? City manager, how long do you need to get that information? Is it something we can get, I guess, can we have that discussion so we can avoid this in the future if it is an emergency item?
Absolutely. I think we learned a lot from that experience, and I think there are discussions and questions that we would ask at that time. We can't go into a full-blown discussion about the item. Obviously, it's not on the agenda, but I think staff now, we would know what questions we need to ask and what information we need to convey to you to make sure we're all on the same page as far as when we can get that on the agenda or where we anticipate that to be on the agenda, and to allow a little bit discussion between that motion and that second, so that seconder has a better idea of what that motion is and exactly what that item is going to entail.
And if we did want to supersede that and say, well, I know it's going to take another meeting to get this guy here, but maybe something we could put in there is, could we then approve to give you permission to speed it up so we don't, because you want to get everything prepared in that amount of time, but we want to have the discussion at the very next meeting for discussion, or, at least to get the ball rolling, I guess, is that the question, that we then, can we put something in there that would give us the ability to speed up the process, maybe a motion approved by a third council member to expedite it so we can get it on the next meeting if there was an issue like that.
That's really specific.
And very complicated. And with all due respect, I was a third council member there's other ways than just ask future discussion items. I had already put the ball in motion to make sure we got that rate study back in on the agenda.
Okay.
And then based on your comments to Councilmember Campbell's motion to bring it back on the October 8th one, staff went back the next day and tried to get the consultant here earlier. I mean, we weren't intentionally trying to push out, but we needed to have all components. I mean, it was so important. It was impacting our citizens in a way that we need to have all the players in the room, not knowing which way the discussion would go. So that we could get immediate relief. That was always our goal, is to get immediate relief to those folks, if that was the will of the council.
Yeah.
So
I think if that were to come up again and we were to say, okay, well, we think we can get that on, not the next meeting, but the meeting after that, and council, you look at us and you're like, no, we want it on that next meeting, then that gives us that direction now. Even though we may advise you that we're not going to have everything ready, consultants may not be able to be there, we can express these things to you. And if you say, that's okay, we just want to have that initial conversation, then I think that will solve that.
Okay.
And with those questions, it will allow the seconder to decide if they really wanted to second. Like, okay, well, knowing that new information, maybe I don't want to second it right now, or, you alter.
And that's where it got a little murky.
Yeah.
Thing we can't talk about, but yeah.
And one other, I don't want to hold it up anymore, but the other one was the executive sessions. It says, an executive session, the mayor or the clerk, upon written request of 4 members of the by notifying the members of council, is the way that we used to do an executive session. The mayor or the clerk, upon written request of 4 members, by notifying the members of the council. The 4 members probably difficult, and my question is, we're not allowed to collude, so how do you get all these members together on your page? I'm confused a little bit about that. But this one was changed to: an executive session of the city council may be scheduled as requested in accordance with section 2 which is what we're talking about, or by the city manager or city attorney. That's what it was changed to, by the notifying of the members of the council and the public of the executive session in accordance with the Arizona open meeting laws, but the point is, mayor and or the clerk, upon written requests, got struck, including us members, and it was replaced with: an executive session of the city council may be scheduled as a request in accordance with or by the city manager or the city attorney. It doesn't say go talk to the mayor. It doesn't say, a city council member has the right to do that. Executive sessions. And I do understand.
Does allow you to go talk to the mayor. So that information
No, it's striked.
No.
The mayor is striked.
No, if you go into 204-280, in that section is where, if you have a request to put an item on the agenda, you go to the mayor. You can make a request to the mayor, or the mayor can put an item on the agenda. Well,
no,
So go to 204-280, and then look at 2, A2, A, and then B and C.
Okay, submitting a request to the mayor. Okay, council request is submitting a written, so it goes back, all right.
So
And
those are
then the
all
mayor
still
will work
available
with the council members
options?
and the city manager to determine the best course of action for handling the request. And what I've learned about executive sessions, there's a lot of legal issues that allow people to do them or not. Through this last process, we've learned a lot, so.
Yeah, there's only 7 statutory reasons that we can go in executive session. So this clarifies what state law is, because we can't just say, hey, let's
But
go to
there are
executive session. Talk.
far more ways to get an item on the executive session now than there was previously.
Agreed.
Okay.
But any of us council members, if we wanted to put an executive session on, we would have to talk to the mayor or you or him or no executive session.
No, or make a motion to get a second.
B.
Oh.
So that's still under A1. You can submit a written request to the mayor.
Okay, I'll reread that portion.
Mr. Mayor,
That
if I
does
can.
change things.
And then the explanation in terms of why the city manager or the city attorney can place an item on the executive session. The example is what happened earlier today. So those are the instances that we're talking about in terms of going into executive session when we have to talk about obtaining, providing counsel with legal advice and getting direction on how to handle an issue moving forward. So that's what that means. That's nothing else.
Yeah, they're requesting us to be able to help them in their next.
We need direction from council, and part of that is through negotiations or through legal counsel or otherwise that allows us to set that meeting, and just that's what happened earlier today.
Yeah, Councilmember Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just kind of wanted to reiterate for the public, we all know what we're talking about when it comes to an agenda. But it's not like just the 2-page agenda that you guys pick up on the front table up there. It's that thick packet. And so anytime that an item comes before us and we need to discuss it and we need to make a motion, there's a lot of legal documents that are in there. And so like our agenda for this meeting was actually set before. It's not like we wait till the day before. The staff has weeks and weeks to work on this and legal information to gather so that when we make our motions, we're changing law at times. And we have to make sure that all the documents we have are legal documents. So it's not just a matter of typing up a 2-page agenda and handing it out to everybody saying this is what we're going to talk about. So thank you with that.
Yeah, thank you. So let's go ahead and open up the public discussion. So this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter?
My name is Gordon Grote, and I want to start by paying my respects to the Honorable Mayor and to the honorable members of the City Council. I didn't think I was ever going to be back here, but this is pretty important to me. I just want to start by saying thank you to the Honorable Nancy Campbell. I think that the Honorable Nancy Campbell, or any honorable member of this council, is entitled to put anything they want on that agenda. I don't even think they need a second. In fact, when we were at the retreat, I was adamantly against that. I looked at that and said, there's nothing wrong with it. Now, why would I think that? Because I was on city council in a different municipality, and we called it a notice of motion, which meant all I had to do was read out what I was going to have a motion at the next meeting. And it was obligated then to be on the agenda. Now I went ahead and did a little extra work, but I brought a couple examples of that because that is normal practice. That is a foundational, bedrock, democratic principle that really invokes the power of the people. We, as a member of council, and I'm not on council, but the honorable members here, are elected by and serve the people. The people do not serve the council serves the people. Just like the council does not serve the administration serves the council. Now, I want to remind everybody a couple of little things about that agenda item. When we were in the retreat, that was one of the most difficult moments I think I had ever had in all of my terms on city council, to see a solution in search of a problem. And it was a solution that threatened to take away the power of this city council to put items on the agenda. Now, everybody knows that in municipal government, there's always a push and pull between administration and council. Power sometimes shifts to the administration and away from the council, and sometimes it shifts the other way. But generally, that's how we attain balance. It's never perfect, but it's balance we're looking for. You shift power too much in one direction or the other, and that's not the government that we designed or that our ancestors fought for. Now, everybody who attended that retreat, which includes most of the people here tonight, with a host of our community's leading stakeholders and news officials, knows without a doubt that the full intention was that if a council member wanted an item on the agenda, the only consideration was need of a second but no vote. That was a compromise. A compromise, because the administration, namely the city attorney, and I believe under pressure from the city manager, was focused on creating a mechanism to enhance their control over the agenda item. Now, everybody knows that a city manager, to retain his job, only has to be able to count to 4. As long as the city manager has 4 members of council that like the city manager, it doesn't matter what the other 3 council members say. But the agenda is even more critical, because with an agenda, if you can't get an item on the agenda, then a city manager only has to count to 2. The mayor and whoever comes into the meeting from the council with the mayor. The rest of the people in the office, when they set the agenda, all report to the city manager. And that is a conflict of interest. Now, when we were at the retreat, one of the problems which kept coming up over and over again was that our city attorney was trying to influence the vote to the point where he actually had this item attempted to be laid off the table. And you can see from the minutes that I actually had to lift it back up and say, no, we haven't sorted this. We need to have this. Now, here's the thing that I've heard tonight, and I heard this from the city council at the retreat. The city council is not prepared to give up their power, and they are not prepared to give up the power of the people whom they represent and who voted them into office to please a city manager or a city attorney. This is just not in the cards. And I'm hearing the same thing tonight, and these honorable council members are 100% correct. Now, here's the legal principle that really disturbs me. When that ordinance, that backup plan was struck, the problem was we didn't actually have the verbiage that said, should the motion in the second not be appreciated enough by the city manager to be put onto the agenda. We actually said in many ways at that meeting, it would then go to the agenda regardless of what the city manager said. We said that. It wasn't recorded in minutes, but that was said. And everybody on that list that comes under the Pledge of Allegiance and the welcome, all those names, they are all witnesses.
Yeah, please wrap up your comments.
I will.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
So I want to point back to the legal issue that was at stake, which is called the normal application of statutory context and purpose. What was the intention of the city council? It is not illegal, and well, maybe, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but I would suggest it's not ethical to try and manipulate words to the advantage of one party or another when you actually have normal application of statutory context and purpose, which means when the city council says, you need to do this, city manager's got to do it. All right, it's just as simple as that. So really what it should be is that any council member can put anything on, but if you're going to have the fallback position, this city council should go in and put the language in very carefully that says whether it please, well, you don't want to say whether it pleases the manager,
Mr. Rowe, thank
or whether
you very
it
much.
doesn't.
We appreciate your comments.
But the city manager does not have the ability to override it.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Mayor. I was really, really upset that this even came up. I believe it's also an absurdity that represents an implied willingness to trample on the rights of the people and have their grievances addressed by government. And I would point out that it constitutes a bedrock principle many of my fellow veterans have fought for, like the Honorable Councilmember David Lane, who is an honorable and distinguished member of the United States Air Force. So those of us who are veterans take this very seriously, as does the Honorable Nancy Campbell, the Honorable Michelle Lynn, and I assume every other honorable member of this council. And I am now concluding my comments.
Thank you.
It was quite a speech, but Mr. Grote, if you were so against it, why did you vote for it? I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you, Mr. Dolan, but you were there, so you should have a pretty good memory. And here's the reason I voted for it, because the way that it was being rammed down our throats, there was no way we were going to be able to get any kind of way for a person to get something on the agenda completely without having some kind of compromise. At first, you people started with, well, we need to have 3 people. Like, what? There shouldn't be any. So when they tried to get rid of it and go past this to agenda something else so they could fudge it later, I actually raised it back up from the floor. It reflects that in the minutes. And I said, we need to get this sorted.
I know, I'm just
because
saying
you were speaking also about this as well, Mr. Dolan, and you expressed the same opinion that every member of this council did and that I did, and that the council has the right to add it. And the only way we could get that through was with what I call a fallback position. So I agreed with that because I realized, okay, we're either going to get nothing and we're going to have the power stripped for the council, or we're at least going to be able to have it so that a member can add something to the agenda, and that would be done with a second. That was a fallback position. When you go into negotiations, you have fallback positions. I realized that almost every member of council has somebody else on the city council that they can trust and reach out to. So it wouldn't be hard to get a second. And here's the thing that's really funny about all this. At the end of the day, it's a city council. You know, if somebody adds something and you don't like it, just vote no. It's not hard. Just vote no. But if you want to vote yes, then vote yes. But put it on the agenda, because that's the democratic principle that you all are here to represent. And that was, unfortunately, if you go back and watch the videos and read the minutes, you'll find that it was very much a push and pull between us and the administration, in particular the city attorney. And at one point I actually had to say, the city attorney needs to be quiet. The city attorney has not been elected to public office and has no right to try and influence council policy. That's also in the minutes.
Thank you.
That's my answer.
Yeah. Would anyone else like to address the city council at this public hearing?
Hi, Greg Logan. Hope I don't break the mic this time. Can we go back to the public request? Thank you. It seems to me that's a very clear, the prior process, a very clear, unambiguous way to do business. Going back to the current process, why make it complicated? The prior process was simple, it was clean, and now the current process, you got to fill out forms, you got to submit it to the city manager, you got to go over here, you got to go there, you got to jump through all these hoops trying to get it to before the city council. No, stick with the prior process. That's my only comment.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the city council? Yes.
Sarah Jones, I'd like to go Nancy's route. That is the right way to go. We do need you guys to listen to us a lot more, and it is us to come to you, and we don't feel that we're being heard at all. Nancy's kind of the only one who's listening to us, and she is trying. I don't want you, Nancy, to be intimidated by everybody else who has been here who does not listen to us. Maybe you guys have been here a little long and gotten a little comfortable in your positions, but you do need to listen to your town. We have a lot of issues and we're worried, and you're almost our only recourse. And if we don't have you, we have each other, and then we won't need you guys. So we need to go this route. And you guys do need to listen to us a lot more. You're not listening. So just do that. I like Nancy's idea, but honestly, you all need to listen to us a lot more instead of just ignore us because of your positions that you're in up here. Okay?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to
Councilman
address
Dolan?
that.
Yes.
I'll jump into the fire on this. I do listen, but there's a difference between listening and agreeing. I sat with Mr. Buford on 2 occasions and we had a great conversation. I may not have agreed with him, but I've listened to everything he said. I've listened to it. I agree with some things that you say. I don't agree with every word. The 1776 motion, I don't agree in this just passing a symbolic thing. It's happened at the county. It doesn't mean I'm not listening. I agree with parts of it, but I'm also listening to 57,000 other people in the community, and I'm trying to have that balanced view. So I apologize if it comes off as we're not listening. We are, but there's also, you know, we have a loud group in here today of about 25 people, and everybody supported what everybody said. And I listened through the whole thing. There are parts I agreed with, and there's parts I didn't agree with, but I tried to show respect in the process. You know, it can also be mutual for people in the audience to show respect for us. I'm not here, my gas station doesn't profit from this. I'm here to serve the community. And if the community feels I'm not serving the community, well, then they do get to vote. I mean, they're telling me I already know.
We do get to vote, you're right.
Yeah, and I support that, but I'm saying we do listen. I just want to let you know, just because I disagree in certain areas doesn't mean we don't listen, so.
Okay, I understand, I hear what you're saying, but I don't see anybody else up here coming to the council meetings. More majority are saying what we're saying versus the other people, the 57,000 that you're talking about. So when we do speak, it is your jobs to put what we're asking for in motion, not what you agree with or disagree with. And it's also just, I mean, you have that huge raise that you just got and you're falling asleep every meeting. You do. I sit and watch. We all do. You've been called out a few times on that. And to go, like, if this process, if it has to go through the sleeping city manager, I mean, come on. It's not really funny, Jess. I don't know how you're still sitting up here with your job after the history, and then you got a raise. We've got questions for all of you who voted to keep him. We got questions. So you're not listening.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the city? Yeah, please.
So I guess I have.
If you could just state your name for the record.
Bill Wilson. I guess I need a civics lesson. You run the city, right? The city is your responsibility. But the city manager, I don't quite understand what his position is. I would assume the city legal counsel is there to make sure that everything you do is legal, but you run the city. So you make the rules that's going to make the city work. So if you need to add something to the agenda, you do it. Or if I need to talk to you about adding something to the agenda, why do I have to go to him? You are the people that represent me. So, I mean, am I speaking correctly?
Yeah, so we're a manager form of government. So the city council hires the manager. The city council adopts policy, ordinance, and law, and it's the city manager's job to implement that. So the staff reports to the city manager, and they implement that policy that the council adopts. So we have 3 positions that report directly to us. It's the city manager, the city attorney, and the city magistrate.
So they work for you?
Correct. And
why is there a problem? I mean, I don't understand why you have to go to the city manager to figure out the rules that you need to make things work. Yeah. I mean, you need to put something on the agenda for the next meeting or for 2 weeks, whatever. You do it. Mm-hmm. If I have a question, I want something that I think is important, and I'm not talking about a pothole, but I come to you. I'm not going to him. I'm coming to you. It's that simple. I mean, I could say something that I'll keep it civil. So, well, thank you. But, remember who voted you in, who can vote you out. And to Ms. Campbell, thank you.
Yeah, there are several ways in the current code to get stuff on the agenda, both as a council member and a citizen. So when we're talking about is just, do we like that process or not? So currently there are opportunities for council members and citizens. And the discussion we're having tonight is, do we want to make changes or adjustments to that? But there are several ways to do that.
It almost sounds like what you had before was pretty basic. And then you add to it. I mean, why? Keep it simple.
Sure.
Keep it simple. I mean, that's what's the problem with that? I mean, you add all this mumbo jumbo coming from the attorney. It doesn't make sense. Keep it simple. It's been working before. Why do you need to change it? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Would anyone else like to address the city council on this matter? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council.
Mr. Mayor, just to wrap up, that's what we're trying to do. The existing ordinance I wasn't on council prior to having it. I didn't have those issues. The mayor had issues getting on. David Lane had issues getting on. It sounds to me like the previous ordinance didn't work. You couldn't get things on. This one is, in my opinion, better. By no means perfect. And I think with this discussion, we're trying to fix it, and make adjustments. And so I appreciate Councilmember Campbell, bringing recommendations for it, because I think we all want to improve on it and see, we put it through, it doesn't work, we ran into a problem, how can we fix it? There is some wording that needs to be fixed, I agree. So, I don't know if we need to make an ordinance or make a motion, or if we just need to push it back to staff, but I do support Councilmember Campbell's adjustments that we discussed.
So we'll get consensus and then we'll give that to staff. Staff will bring back something for us then to review at a future meeting. Councilmember Lane had some comments, and then Mr. Knutson.
I did have a comment, thank you. And the comment goes to her statement about him falling asleep. I sit here right next to him every meeting, and I'm going to defend him. He does not go to sleep. When you're up there and you're addressing us, if he needs to get up and leave the room, he can get up and leave the room. You're not addressing him. You're addressing us. You voted us. We represent you. He doesn't represent you. He works for us. If he needs to get up and leave, he can get up and leave. And he doesn't sit there and sleep.
Perfect to your point. He does. I sit here and I watch
Jones,
everything.
The public hearing's closed already. I'm sorry.
Well, I'd still like to speak. Devolution of government is why too many hands in the pot is why we have this mess. And he does, David. I sit back here and watch it, so don't say that.
All right, Mr. Knutson.
Mayor, Council, if I can, there's been some conversations a couple times about like the past process about how items couldn't get on the agenda. Mayor, you talked about as a council member, you couldn't get an item on the agenda. Councilmember Lane, and then I think others that said that. I just want to make it perfectly clear, we're not talking about the city manager. That at the time, the old request about putting the items on the agenda, it was a process that went through the mayor. So I just want to make that clear that so we're talking about a couple different things. I just want to make sure, according to the record, we're talking about the mayor, the position of the mayor, not the city manager, about those previous items not going on the agenda. Thank you.
All right, so now let's bring it
Mr.
back.
Mayor,
Oh, yes.
can you tell me where I heard you say that, and I heard the mayor and I heard David say that the mayors in the past have done it, but I don't know where I don't know where you're seeing that, because if you look at 2.04.280, it doesn't say anything about the mayor. It says any member of the council may request an item be placed on the agenda for consideration, discussion, and or legal action by making a request during the future agenda items during the meeting. Everything else is new. I don't know where this is
If
anywhere.
I may.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, if I may, make the request. And so I would make the request and the mayor would say no.
But it doesn't say make the request to the mayor.
Well, but that's how it worked.
But the mayor
That's why we changed it. That's how it worked, and that's why we changed.
And so they're
I
trying to
would- I
shore that
probably-
up.
I probably would have fought that then, because it doesn't say request mayor.
Oh, I
I mean,
brought
I'm
it
just
up
saying,
and-
I'm just
Fought pretty hard
trying
too.
to.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
brought it
saying,
up to a few people,
Because
and
I
I'm
went to the,
sorry, I
I
didn't
went,
mean to interrupt you, but
as a council member, I wouldn't have been okay with that because it doesn't say that in here. So I just don't like that saying that it was up to the mayor because it doesn't say that. Maybe that's what was implied, but it doesn't say it and it didn't say that ever, that it went to the mayor. The same thing is, I do have a concern with the executive sessions also, the way that it's read. It doesn't allow for a council member to do it. It does only going through the city manager, going through the city attorney, and then having it as an agenda item. Okay, there were 4. I know Miss Gary and I talked about this, but it doesn't say you have to go to the mayor. Nowhere on here does it say that I have to go and ask the mayor to do it. It says on here that I have to go to the city manager or the city attorney or during a council meeting. So I would like to change that too. I'm good with what Nancy's already implied and what Kelly's suggested, but I'm not happy with the way the executive session is put in place either.
And that's fine. So just under 204, 280. So there's several different ways. So 1 is by making the motion in the second. 2 is by submitting a request to the mayor. And then, or the mayor can submit an item. So there's 3 separate ways underneath the council request in which an item can get on. And that is what is implanted in that reference in the executive session when it says in accordance with section 204, 280. So it allows those 3 ways as well.
Okay, but why can't a council member not do it?
You
Why?
can, you'll just have to do a motion in a second like you would for a regular.
That's
agenda.
during a meeting only.
During, like a future agenda. item.
Or to
That-
talk
We
to the
just
mayor.
recently, like I'm gonna say, I just recently learned that and been on council for 7 years.
Yes.
That's not
But
okay.
it's so rare that that has ever come up. And then still, as we discussed, anytime that we're in the middle of an item and you want legal advice, you can make a motion. It can be seconded and then voted upon the whole council. And if a majority votes to go into executive session, you go into executive session, but that's for legal advice only.
Yeah, so it allows those additional opportunities, Councilmember Lynn, for that. So all of those options are there. And again, there's only 7 reasons you can go into executive session in the first place statutorily.
Yeah, and we can change it however you guys want. I mean, however you want the wording, whatever you want it to be, just let us know and we'll draft it back to you. But right now, I have no idea what you want me to bring back to you. To be honest, I mean, I have an idea for Nancy what she wants, but as far as how that's going to impact the executive sessions, and if you still want, can you do a written request to the mayor? Can the mayor put agenda items on? Are those okay? Are we leaving those in place? Are we taking all those all out?
Yeah,
I just don't
personally
have,
believe the
I
mayor
don't have
needs
a
that
lot
ability.
of information to go on. If you want us to bring you back some language, you'll just have to tell us like all the areas that you want us to bring us back and exactly what you want it to be, because we don't want to relive this again.
Sure.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So earlier today, did we vote to go into special session?
Yes.
We all voted.
Well,
No,
we
to go into
voted
executive
To
session.
go to an
special
executive
meeting,
session.
and then we went into executive session.
So
and
for us to
voted go in.
request to put something on executive session, to have an executive session, if I want to talk about topic X, we would still need a vote of,
Correct.
to go into it.
Correct. So if you did a
But if we're
motion
talking
and
about
a
putting on a
second
future
tonight
agenda-
for a future executive session item, we'd put it on a special meeting, and then you would still have to vote to go into executive session, the whole majority of the board.
But how do you possibly talk about putting in an executive session if we can't discuss what we want to go into the executive session about? So how am I possibly going to get a second? How am I going to get the rest of the council to, how's that going to happen? I can't talk about what we're going to go talking to the executive session about. So there's a very good possibility I won't get a second.
And if they do the changes to what I said about 2.04.280 council requests, any member, what I recommended that we put an item for discussion or legal action or legal action by, making a motion for a future agenda, what we just said, with a second. Then the executive session, if I'm understanding this correctly, will retro back to that. So it'll be the same as 2 council members can come to the table and request an executive session. Am I understanding that correctly as well? Okay.
Yes.
And I do want to mention the day that they voted this in the current minutes, and I'm looking at them, I can't find them. They didn't show what the current meeting, but when they actually, you guys went up to vote on this particular item, the only discussion that was made, and that's not the March 26, 2019. That's what I kept looking at. I'm like, oh, that's a lot of words. No, actually, the day that you guys voted this in, the only discussion that was made was from the mayor that said we're gonna move to approve this. We're only changing the open to public from 5 minutes down to 3 minutes. And then you guys all just voted for it because I think you guys had these really big discussions and didn't think they needed to go through every line item. I wasn't there, I'm assuming, which means nothing. But if I really believed in the process and we really fought it out and really wanted you guys to know what we wanted, and then I'm sitting here, we can't read every attachment that comes across our table. I try to really hard, but it's a lot of work. And so every once in a while, you just take the faith and say, the staff is taking care of us. Mayor just said the only changes to this particular document is it's minor changes to the document. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Minor changes to the document, which was open public changing from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Everybody voted, and that was a yes. And by the looking at the workshop sessions, you guys really fought for your rights, and I appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the city attorney. So if we would have made that ordinance change, the retreat wouldn't have counted as a public meeting to discuss it, would it? So would we have had a meeting prior to that one where we accepted it, where we would have had all the discussion?
Yes, there would have been an introduction and adoption.
Okay, so we wanted to see that stuff. We could go a meeting back and see the discussion we had. No, I think it was the
Ms. Williams?
I think the one that was included in the packet was from the March 26th meeting, so the adoption.
Just the adoption, not the previous discussion. So that might be a good place to look for that previous discussion.
Right, and I had a document, a city manager sent me a document of the original minutes that night that you guys voted it in. So I could see at that time that you guys all voted it in and she was absent. But I also noticed that there was really no discussion about it other than there's a minor change. Yeah, it was, I can't remember what date that was. Wasn't that like, but we had it, and I think I sent it to you, and I know I sent it to Michelle, and we all looked at it and said the only thing that was discussed that night was, do you want to pass this ordinance, yes or no? And there's just a minor change of this. That's why I'm not saying that you guys didn't do your due diligence or anything. I can understand where you're at and when you just push the button and that was it, because that's all the discussion that night.
So I think if we can give some consensus so that staff has some direction. So most of the things all predicate based on 2.04.280. That's whatever we do there then addresses in accordance with that code section for special meetings, work sessions, exec sessions. So if we can get there, when it comes to council requests, it seemed like the majority, and I don't want to put any words in anyone's mouth, was in agreement or could live with what Kelly read to us earlier. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Mayor, can she read it one more time?
Yes, if Ms. Gary.
Okay, so 2.04280, council request. Any member of the council may place an item on, and I'm not clear if we want to still be researched further or placed on an agenda, so I do need clarification there, but placing an item on a future agenda for consideration, discussion, or legal action by making a motion and receiving a second, no vote necessary during the future discussion items portions of a city council meeting.
So everyone can agree to that. Now, do we, is it for further research or is it for putting it on the agenda?
I believe that a city council person could really recommend either one.
Agreed. I don't disagree with that.
Because if it's just, I wanted to have an open discussion with you guys. I want to have an open discussion, and we can't allow that legally to be behind closed doors.
So can everyone agree to that part of it? With for either where the council member can say for further discussion or for placement on an agenda. Is it?
So it would read, so council may place an item, well, that's gonna work, be researched further or placed on a future agenda for consideration. So you would make a request to either research an item further or to place an item on a future agenda item.
Yes.
Agenda for consideration.
Can we all agree to that language?
So that would also like include if, like we talked about the draining of the pools, we wanted to discuss it. We didn't necessarily do it at a meeting. We had a special meeting. We had the discussion. We're still open to things like that, right? If we want to have a discussion as council, we can, that same avenue will have us where we could have special meetings to have these discussions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because that all is what we're talking about right now predicates throughout the rest of the code sections. It's all 0.080. So, okay, if we all can agree to that, I think we're making some progress. So let's go to the next item. I'm going to advocate that we keep the section for on 2.80 where the mayor has the opportunity to put things on the agenda. So it'd be a C. Is that sorry? I have a lot of things in front of me. C is. I'm missing a page. Oh yeah. Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Which one are we going to?
So it's page 3 of the strike-through language you've been referring to. That letter C. The mayor may submit items for placement on agenda by providing written notice to all council members, and then he or she can work with the city manager to obtain the necessary information materials for placement on the future agenda. So I'm going to advocate for that. I do think that the mayor should have that ability. So everyone can agree with that? Absolutely. Okay, so, okay, I think we're good there.
Yep.
Kelly? Is that, so B would go away. So if it's determined that the request should be placed on a future council agenda, the city manager will obtain the necessary information. That goes away because you're going to get clarification if we're asking it to be researched further or if we want it on the agenda.
Right.
Is that clear?
That even needs to be in there.
Okay, all right, so that would move away. And then the rest is all predicated on that, unless I'm missing something, Ms.
Well,
Carey.
do you still want to allow, so an option for a member of the council, when you want to make that request, you can either do the motion in the second, or you can do a written request to the mayor. Do you want to keep 2 options, or are we deleting the option to do a request to the mayor?
I think I think the more options, the better. I mean, that's the most
I agree.
open and transparent. I think more opportunities. So a second, either at the council meeting or to the mayor. I mean, I think the more options we have to get things on the agenda is the better way that we can serve our citizens. That's my opinion. I don't know if the council agrees with that statement or my thoughts. Okay.
And then the public request.
And then public.
How do you feel about public
Well, everything
request?
is predicated on our 2.0. So let's see. So public request now.
No, this one's different.
Just representative, councilman. So.
It does say submit a written request to the city clerk's office, but instead of the city manager and the staff deciding if there was any, all of that information, I like the paper form. Obviously, I brought it to your attention. It has a really nice, clean paper shuffle, and I would really like citizens to reach out to their local council members or mayor and have these conversations, because sometimes they can be just stopped right there. They don't even have to go any farther than that. And or you can direct them, go to the link, print it out, go get your people, write the verbiage, and that's all. That's all I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to make it harder. I'm not trying to confuse everybody. I'm just saying this will make us have those conversations instead of, we may never even know if a letter goes back to a constituent based on this. And I know that I had some situations even with the hospital that it was one of the best things we ever did. We had grievance letters going out, and it was just a really messy signature. You couldn't see it. And we made the direction that the CEO had to review every grievance letter and actually sign it himself. The number of our grievances dropped immensely under that, and he was extremely thankful to be in the process versus what it was before, where the staff was just managing it and it was unclear to many. So
when it comes to council or public request, I'm not opposed to a form if that's where everyone thinks is the easiest way for a citizen to get on the agenda. It doesn't bother me. Is anyone adamantly opposed to staff drafting up a request based on the loose contents of what Councilmember Campbell had Ms. Gary emailed to us last week? Are you good with that? Do you want to keep it the way it is? Do you want to revert back to how it was before? You want something different? We just need to get kind of a consensus so we can give staff direction.
right now here it just says submit in a written request, and sometimes people don't understand the process of that. I mean, what do they say? I just want it. I don't know. That's why it's a really clean form if you look at it.
Any thoughts from members of the council on that element?
That's a tough one, because if somebody wants to submit something and then like if it's something that can be handled administratively, great. But if it's something then, okay, well, it can't be handled administratively, but it is something we would do, but probably something we wouldn't do. I mean, to get it to council, he can't, I mean, I guess he could ask us, get our thoughts on it, you know, but he's not supposed to take a poll on what we would do or not do. So I like the avenue of they go to the city manager, or like I said, we have call to the public, and we listen to all the call to the publics, and those that we feel we need to act on, we act on. You know, he's also had a lot of calls for vacation rentals. Well, there's not much we can do on the statewide. So, you know, we did have that discussion at one point, but we don't have it after every single request that we get. So I kind of like the way we have it now. If I can tell people, come call the public, to talk to one of us and let us, you know, we are their voice. So let us speak for them. And
yeah, with the form that Ms. Campbell presented, they would have to reach out to 2 council members, it appears. You'd have to get 2 sponsors.
I changed it to 1.
Oh, you want just one based on?
Like
so.
I said, that's just a vague, can I see that really quickly? And it does say they can reach out to the city manager to sponsor it. So basically, they just have a sponsorship that says they spoke to one of us or this mayor or the city manager. And then it goes through the process to see if it, and so it can be stopped all along the way. Of course, you're going to tell, you know, you're going to handle it before it even goes farther than that. But the first thing you can say is print out the form, because on the second page, it was filled with code of conduct, all this other stuff, to help them learn the process of what it looks like and what we expect out of them. And just because you want your speeding traffic a speeding sign in your street doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen that way. So again, it was just a clean paper form. It was just the same thing. It's almost like what we're asking is the same thing.
if we're going to do that, I think maybe we should do the 2 signatures, because like I said, how would we handle that with the water rate study? If they came to one of us and they wanted to put it on the agenda and I signed it and then they hand it to the city manager, you know, if I signed it and I'm passionate about it, I'm going to bring it up my way on the council and get somebody else, and it's going to go a lot quicker, unless I don't think that's going to happen and nobody's going to second it. So I can use this as a way around. So with my 1 signature, they take it to the city manager. Then who makes the decision that it's going to be on the city council or not? I guess that's my concern is then if we're going to keep it 2 council members, we should keep it 2 council members.
Well, I recommended once it got on the form, it came back to us, where I know, because I'm the sponsoring council member, that I'm going to motion to put it on the agenda, and somebody's going to give me a second, and then it goes on the agenda.
Okay, so it's not an automatic. It comes back to the council member.
It's
okay.
Whoever sponsors it, either the staff brings it, puts it on the agenda because they believe it's strong enough just to be put on the agenda, the way it's written right now, or they have to get a staff member they got to get a council member or the mayor to sponsor them. And then once it goes back to the paperwork, it's back into the clerk's office. They have X amount of days and whatever works for you guys. This is just a really vague writing. But in the meantime, it's up to me that day, and I'm still going to need to get a second.
Yeah. But it's not an automatic. They're not going to get it. They still go back to you and you have to, okay,
No.
I like.
That was never my intention.
Yeah.
But only one person needs to sponsor it. Mayor or city council, preferably, unless they get the city manager and have a conversation with them. The only way this is going to get done is if you have a
The
conversation.
only concern is a lot of paperwork. If they came to you and you said, yes, I will bring that up at the next meeting, I'm going to need a second to get it on, rather than them handle the paperwork, and then they ask you, hey, do you want to make a motion at the next meeting? It sounds like it might just be easier.
I think it's one or the other. I mean, they can go through council through what we just all agreed as a consensus, or the public can fill out this form, bring it to a council member for a sponsor or a signature, and then it goes through the process, is what I'm hearing. Is that what your intention is, Councilmember Campbell?
As long as you understand that it's up to the council person to request the agenda item for them. So it'd be like, oh, I'm requesting, I'll just using this for example, I'm requesting for the Patriot group, so-and-so gave me a form, it went through the process, you guys know about it, but I'm requesting that they want this on the agenda, and I'll be able to read it because it'll be exactly what they're saying, and then in return, I'd have to get a second for it to be on the agenda.
All right. Councilmember Lane, you have some questions or comments?
Yeah, I think we're making it too difficult. I think all we need to do is if they call us and say they want it on the agenda, then, and we agree with them, then we'll bring it up. Why make somebody, not everybody has access to a computer. Not everybody has access to a printer. Why even put that in there?
I kind of agree. I feel like it overcomplicates it. I feel like we listen. If we agree, we bring it up. We ask it to be on there. If somebody else agrees with us, they second it. Otherwise,
how many times do we have somebody come up here and say, I wish you guys would do something on this, and the mayor says, you know what, you're right. Let's put that on the agenda for a future agenda item. Why make them fill out a form?
Sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead.
I know what your intent is, Nancy, and I know where your heart's at, and it's well intentioned. I think just the simpler the better, in my mind, and that's what we tried to do. What the council tried to do in the past, and I think they accomplished it.
It says to be in writing anyway, so it's the same thing. For the public to come and talk to it said it had to be in writing, and it definitely, if you read it, it says that the city manager and the staff can make the decision and just send them a letter back where we would not even know anything about it. So if they now have a form in the file and say, I submitted a letter and they never just sent me a letter back, I could actually follow through and say, let me see that. I didn't know that you did that. That is what I'm trying to do. That's my thought on that. It's a paper trail.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
But if you were the sponsor, you would have signed it prior to them submitting it, right?
Well, not the way it's written now. The way it's written now says the current process is you just write a letter to city clerk. No, it went from city clerk to city attorney or city manager. They deal with it in-house. And if they feel it's important enough to give to us to put it on the agenda, they will. If they don't, Kelly Williams will have to write them a letter, and we may never even hear about it.
So we could add to the form that there's a signature for a council member, so then they know to approach it to us. I mean, we could clear that up, and we could put that in there that so they know to approach us if they want to get something on the agenda. They can submit the paperwork, and it might get on if it's something that is thought to needed.
I personally think they could probably go to city clerk and ask her for a form if they don't have, and they could fill it out right there. And then they reach out to one of us. It has the names and how to contact each one of your council members on this particular phone.
Real quick. So listen to this. So what if we just do interested parties or their authorized representatives may request that an item be placed on the city council meeting agenda by providing and submitting written request to the city clerk or the city council as a whole. Or we just say the city clerk, and then the city clerk will forward those requests on to the city council. Then you as city council can decide whether or not you want to bring it back and make a motion during the future agenda items, and if there's a second, then it'll be placed on the agenda. That way, the person just has to submit a written request. It can be an email, it can be a letter, it can be whatever they want. I mean, we can create a form, but they don't have to use a form, kind of like a public records request. And then that's just the process. But you get them all. Like, you get all the requests, they come to you, and you get to decide, do I want to put this on the agenda? Do I want to make a motion a second? And if you don't, then you don't. Or if staff thinks, hey, this is an item that we are definitely going to put on the item, we can let you know. We received a request. We think it should go on the agenda. It's our plan to put it on the agenda. If you have an objection, let us know.
Yeah, sure.
That works totally. And the reason is there was one meeting that they said a whole bunch of emails came through, and I just got a response that they wanted us to read the emails. And it was constituents of mine that told me that they sent emails and they never read them. And they told them it was on the wrong agenda item. I don't know if it was a mistake or not. I didn't go to them and research it all out, but I just like it really clear.
That's public comment. So that's public comment. That's not a request for an agenda item.
Well, it was
so, and whatever that happened, I know with all the COVID stuff gets a little crazy. I don't know anything about that, but that was for public comment. This is for an agenda item. It'll be handled differently.
Okay.
All right, so can everyone agree to that? That's already kind of what the process is.
And it kind of makes public comments obsolete.
No, we still want public feedback. I mean, that's different. Yeah.
If you're a citizen, why make a public comment? Instead, just make a request to be on. You know what I mean?
I think I have enough direction.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, perfect. So, all right. I thank you all for the great conversation. Thank you, Ms. Williams, for putting this the presentation together. That now concludes that item. Getting back to our agenda, we will go to, so we have a couple more things to wrap up, sorry.
Item on
Okay.
the agenda.
Moving on to item 9 on the agenda is current events. Are there any council committee reports? Councilmember Lynn.
Mr. Mayor, last night, the Parks and Rec Board had Dig Studio present to the board about what they're working on downtown at the Downtown Catalyst Project. And they're going to be having a open house. Mike, can you give me that date?
December 6th, 4 to 7.
December 6th, 4 to 7th at the Aquatic Center? Or is it here? Here? At the Aquatic Center. So it's open to the public, and so the Parks and Rec Board would really like to see people show up for that.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all I have.
And please come. It's really amazing stuff what they presented at the board yesterday. So any other council committee reports?
Yeah, I had one.
Moses?
We just met with the Go Lake Havasu team. We have a lot of good news that year over year, bed and restaurant taxes are up. We had a very successful event with the SLS Skate Park Street League Championship. There's talks of that being a returning event year and year over. I think that is a great news. And we talked a lot about the last month of October about how much they put into our 50th anniversary of the bridge and all that, and all the marketing advertising they made, efforts they put forward to making that a very successful event. So good things happening down there.
Thank you. Any other council committee reports? All right, future meetings on Tuesday, December 14th, 2021 at 6 p.m. will be a regular meeting and our final meeting of 2021. Item 11, future discussion items. Are there any future discussion items? All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. And a second? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Be kind. Happy Thanksgiving.